evening and welcome. Sorry for a few minutes late here. Welcome to the, well, I want to say June, but it's only the March 21st meeting of the Lake Forest Historic Preservation Commission. The Commission is here tonight to work together with all of you, property owners, neighbors, architects, to continue the tradition that was established nearly 40 years ago in this community. The tradition is a review process that allows community members to work together to preserve the qualities and unique character that make Lake Forest a special community. The City of Lake Forest is committed to conducting open and democratic meetings. To achieve that goal, meeting procedures have been adopted by the Commission. A copy of the procedures is available at the back of the room on each agenda. As always, it's the intent of the Commission to help manage the development and growth of the City of Lake Forest with a keen sense of preserving the historic structures and open space in the city for its present and future residents. Our goal is to move each petition, the one petition that we have tonight, before us with as quickly as possible while balancing the interest of the petitioners, neighboring property owners, and the larger community. We have, I believe, one agenda item this evening, so that's nice. And I'll start the meeting by asking the commissioners to introduce themselves.
Susan Athenson.
Mary Ellen Swenson.
Guy Berg.
Kurt Pairitz.
Fred Moyer.
Bill Ransom. Jim Preschlack.
Thank you. And we have a set of meeting minutes from our February 22nd meeting that are in front of us for approval. And I'll ask if anybody has any corrections or comments to those.
I just have one correction, Kathy. You okay? It was on the 5th page, and 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th paragraph, that long middle paragraph. The second last sentence, we were talking about the basement proposed, noting that a slab on grade existed, but I thought he said there was a foundation already there, and they were going to reuse the foundation. Because I asked if it was slab on grade, and he said no, it was a foundation. So if you could just change
I
that.
can go back and confirm that on the tape.
Okay.
And correct that.
All right,
Thank
and
you.
that's all I had.
This is the,
Southgate.
yeah.
And he said, remember, I asked.
I'm pretty sure it is a
if
full foundation, but the floor is a slab on grade. But you could check that for us.
But yeah, I don't want them to think it was
Yeah.
just slab on grade, because there was a foundation
Right.
they were reusing. Yeah.
Any other corrections or comments with respect to those? And I'll ask for a motion to approve to those meeting minutes.
So moved.
So the motion's been made by Commissioner Athenson and seconded by Commissioner Preschlack. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And that one passes, I believe, unanimously. All right. So our first petition this evening is the continued consideration of the master plan for Forest Park. Forest Park is located at the top of the bluff above the beach at the east side of Lake Forest at the east end of Deerpath. The Commission is not scheduled to take any action on this item at this meeting. The plan's being presented for Commission comment, questions, and direction, and public testimony is invited. So please come on up and let's hear the presentation. Thanks, Ralph. I think this is our perhaps 4th time for this commission to hear this. You've probably made this presentation more times
Yes,
than that.
I will try to be brief in my presentation.
Thank you.
Our landscape architect will probably be a little more lengthy than I am. My name is Ralph Gesualdo. I live at 1418 Green Bay Road, Lake Forest. I am a 40-year Lake Forest resident. I'm the current chair of Forest Park Project Board. Thank you, Chairman and board members, for allowing us to come in front of you tonight. For over the last 15 months, the Forest Park Project Board has worked diligently to research the history of Forest Park and explore ways to strengthen this unique and significant landscape. Our committee spent countless hours investigating key issues and preparing detailed interim reports to help guide our process. These committees brought forth preliminary findings and suggestions to help us better understand the historic significance of Forest Park and create appropriate recommendations to our landscape architect. Throughout this process, the board remained committed to follow established standards of excellence in the area of conservation, horticultural design, engineering, historic preservation, and cultural legacy. In addition, we solicited extensive input from local residents, city officials, subject matter experts in order to ensure that all relevant information was entered into the record. Unfortunately, a few residents have questioned the openness of our process. However, I cannot think of another civic project in Lake Forest that has received so much public consideration. While I appreciate that not everyone will agree with every recommendation we make, no one can deny that their opinion hasn't been heard. Specifically, we conducted visioning sessions with local residents, participated in local ward meetings to discuss our progress, created a website to provide information, solicited public feedback, published all committee interim reports, hosted at least 2 public meetings regarding Forest Park, and have regularly appeared before HPC and the Park and Rec Board at times. Taken together, this public process helped shape the recommendations we made to our architect, Stephen Stimson, and resulted in a proposed solution we present to you today. This is a project that I think a number of residents have influenced us, residents, even the Friends of Forest Park. And from the original concept that went in front of your board, I think 4 meetings ago, you'll see that there's been a lot of changes through this public process. From this public process, we gave explicit directions to our architect. So it's our belief that this is not, as much as it is a Stephen Stimson plan, this is a Lake Forest residents directed plan. We have over 50 people that are volunteers on our different committees. That, along with the public process that take important, I think you're going to find that this is something that the Lake Forest residents have encouraged us to proceed with. While we recognize that the presentation of this proposal is but one step in the ongoing process, we are eager to move forward with this project and begin implementing our vision. Thus, we already have begun an aggressive fundraising effort with the goal of securing private financial support necessary to ensure the revitalization of this park. We are proud of the process that produced this proposal and many of our committed volunteers. As I said, we have over 50 committed volunteers to our process who have dedicated so much of their time and energy to this effort. We appreciate your consideration of our proposal, and we're looking forward to moving this park ahead for the next 100 years. I'd like to introduce Stephen Stimson. He's our architect that will give you the presentation of the proposal.
See if doing the lights helps a little bit.
Sure, thanks.
Great, thank you. Good evening. That helps. There's a little bit of sun coming in, but that's fine. Forest Park is a nationally recognized as one of the earliest American parks, part of the 19th century parks movement. It's visited, known, and beloved to your residents and to many people in the region. It has amazing heritage trees, exciting tableland with views to the lake. Its formation actually began in 1861 when Elmer and Hotchkiss had the vision to acknowledge that as a very special place on the lake, a place where you could see the lake, engage with the lake, and also connect with ravines that are on the north and south end of that piece. It's a very, very unique parcel. A little bit later on, in 1896, O.C. Simons was commissioned by the city of Lake Forest. This is a plat of his drawing for the park, which shows you the meandering road, much of which is still there today. There's some pieces were not implemented. There's an island in the middle of the road, for instance. Much of the vegetation on this plan likely existed in the park at the time that he did this plan. And there are some additional things that he suggested. As a culturally significant landscape, we have given great consideration to all aspects of the plan and the history of the park to be sure that we are sensitive to the historic integrity. For instance, in this slide, and I just want to mention, if you're following along in your booklet, you'll see that we have eliminated and condensed the presentation tonight to get it within the time frame. So I combined a few slides. So just page forward if you don't see a coordination. For instance, in this slide, you can see an overlay which shows in green that O.C. Simons' surveyed plan, which is a survey acknowledged in 1911 what was built. You also see in gray some of the existing today pavements that show parking along the beach, and there's actually some parking underneath this roadway here. In our recommendation to adjust the loop road, which we are maintaining in the park, we're making some slight adjustments. You can read probably more carefully on your plan, but we're pulling it back from the bluff where it's, in my mind, dangerously close at the north end. We're bellying it back gently at the center, and instead of this right angle intersection, because the road no longer exists today to the southern end, we are mimicking to some degree the curvilinear form that you see at the north end, which is a nice form and very consistent with a naturalistic park movement. This plan shows that roadway. It also gives dimensions. There's a slight, you saw the very similar layout that the roadway has, but this overlays a recommended pedestrian path system, which is a hierarchy of paths from 6 feet wide to 9 feet wide. Primarily shown here along the bluff in the wider line is the north-south bluff walk, which ranges in width from 6 to 9. It is sited in a way that is very curvilinear, very consistent with the naturalistic forms of the park. We have walkways that exist today that are being slightly modified. The one that comes off of Deerpath currently angles to the north, doesn't really connect well to the Belvedere. There are a couple of different ways to wind that to the south a little bit to connect to the Belvedere. We're suggesting a 7-foot wide path there. There's a question of whether or not we go between trees or around trees. We're in flux there, but I think there's a way to do that successfully. At the southern end, we're showing connection also with an intersection that is very similar to the kinds of paths you see in this park movement, very sinuous curves. Along the western edge of the park, there's a continuous trail or path that doesn't stay at the edge. It actually meanders in and out of some natural groves of trees that are there. That really will give people the opportunity to not only do a circular route through the park, but it'll get people off the roadway. I've witnessed a lot of people on the roadway, particularly when the grass is wet, and there was public feedback here that we incorporated to add that path. On the bottom of the slide, you see examples of materials. There's a stabilized granular material. We're proposing that for all of the walkways. At the center, there's some stone paving, which would be a naturalistic surface, split finish, irregular shapes, used at landings at the Belvedere and the southern drop-off, where we have moved the parking from the center of the park all to the southern tip. The right-hand photograph shows the use of a chip seal asphalt, which would be the material of the roadway and parking lot. This plan is the proposed plan, and I'll go through a little more detail in the next several slides. But in general, we've identified the major components of the plan in the legend. I won't go through all of them, but I do want to mention the Belvedere at the center, where we're enlarging a landing there, excuse me, and planning on repairing, not changing the layout, but just repairing that stairway, similar to the southern end, where we'd be repairing that access. We'd like to restore and rehabilitate the canopy. I'm going to go through some changes to the canopy. The dark trees are new trees. We're opening up some of the spaces that we believe were open historically and have been lost as open spaces due to the perpetuation of memorial trees and trees that have volunteered over the years. This is a detail that shows that enlargement of the bluff walk drop-off at the Belvedere. This loop road is being narrowed to 16 feet. It's currently in the 22 to 24 range. During O.C. Simon's era, it was about 18 to 19 feet. We see this as a one-way, but with adequate zone at the center here for people to pass and drop off and have a short stop along that route. There's going to be the removal of 22 cars from the center. You can see that in this dashed line. This is one alignment we're thinking about for bringing that path further to the south. It possibly could go around this tree. There's some study to do there. But needless to say, we want a more direct connection to that very popular beach access. This is a photograph at the center of the park looking north. You can see the overlook at the center. This is a montage of what that might look like with our narrow road. Slightly shifted. You can see at this point there's about a 6-foot shift inboard. There's an island, not continuous, but an island that restores the native vegetation of the bluff, brings it up onto the bluff, and creates a linear experience of landscape along that bluff edge, which is really the exciting place to be in this site, and to allow you to sit and walk and not be aware of the cars that will be behind you. Moving further north at the Belvedere Landing, which is an important intersection where a lot happens, I know, in the summer during peak hours in particular. You can see the removal of the parking, the widening of that road for 2 cars to pass, a stone crosswalk, and a landing made out of native stone that I showed you a photograph of a few slides ago. Some benches, bike rack, drinking fountain, probably a trash receptacle, and that separation we've talked about between path and roadway. Out at Lake Road, just a before and after image of how that 6-foot granular path could weave in and out between trees and make a lovely experience along that edge, which is currently not, I think, underutilized in the park. We think there's also an opportunity to do a little bit of modification to canopy to get some longer stretches of vistas. I'll talk about canopy in a few minutes. This slide is an overlay that shows what is important in our minds as the treatment of the canopy and vegetation in the park. Our goals are to protect and highlight the heritage trees, to rehabilitate open spaces, while enhancing the edges so that we don't have an attitude of opening everything up. We just want to maintain some open spaces, but really also add, and we're adding 120 or 102 trees, though we will be taking some out. Well, I think it's very important to look at diversity and the use of primarily native plants to celebrate the heritage of your native plant palette. There's a wonderful mix of 5 different communities of plants on this tableland and bluff. That's in your package. I don't have time to go through that, but these images capture what I feel, and I think you all probably feel, is the integrity of the vegetation in that park with these large trees. There are some what I would call invading trees that have been planted that slightly compromise some open spaces. There's not a lot of them. We're planning on transplanting or removing those trees. None of them are very large. There's a head count in the packet on that, and this shows the beginnings of our diversity of plants and trees that we would like to place in the park. It's worth noting that this planting that I think somebody last night was worried it was a hedge. This is a native bluff planting that's being pulled up along that roadway and walkway. We see that as primarily low native shrubs and flowering plants, particularly where the views are important. But we're not imagining a continuous view to the lake from Lake Road. So there'll be some areas where we can be a little more diverse with that planting. There's been a survey done of the memorials in the park, and there are quite a few. They range from trees to benches, planting areas, drinking fountains. There's 42 documented. There is no database of yet, and that's going to be developed, and folks are going to be able to be contacted. There will be the need to move a drinking fountain or upgrade a drinking fountain that we'd like to be able to contact the donor. Likewise with trees, we have several trees that are in decline that really should come out. Those are donor trees. So there'd be a process of locating those donors, and ultimately we'd like to reduce the proliferation of this in the park, that it's difficult to manage and maintain. We'd like to put a lifespan on memorials and work that out with donors, but develop a system where we can, in one common place in the park, show support for the park. This is a diagram showing those 5 plant communities. I'm not going to go into it in detail except to say that our feeling is it's important to share that this northern oak upland and southern end are very important plantings that frame that space, and we'd like to extend the northern across that road. So you probably noticed that in the planting, and we'd really want to support and protect this. It's a wonderful little glade clearing. A very light touch here with that 6-foot granular path sliding through. We've got some buckthorn, a few Norways to take out, but not a lot needed. I think there's a lot to talk about on the views. They were very instrumental and I think critical to the concept of the park. To be able to get to the lake and see the water has been of primary importance to the public. But it has to be balanced with preservation of plants. And when you look at this plan, you see a lot of view sheds. I want to emphasize that these are small locations that occur, 9 locations that occur over 3,000 feet. So these are about, I'm not doing the math quickly, but they're more than 100 feet apart. They're close to 300 feet apart. And historically, and these images capture it. There were some wonderful diagonal views of the bluff itself. We'd like to maintain that. There were also some views that I would say medium-sized views where the lake is framed, but it's not only framed horizontally, vertically, but it's framed horizontally. So you'll notice in our planting, we've actually planted trees along that road and pathway to help support and recreate a canopy that will give you some shade while occupying the bluff edge. And then we're imagining the rehabilitation of some sneak or peep views that could occur off of some sight lines from Spring and Deerpath. And these are a few examples, more contemporary time examples of that bluff, the richness that we could picture on that bluff. This is an existing opening. We'd like to add some plants to and actually frame that a little bit more. This is typical of one of those peep views that we have currently at the southern end of the park, and we want to really have that broad range and then acknowledge that in between each of these there's a lot of native vegetation that maintains its integrity. A view out at Deerpath, before and after sketch of how we might do some transplanting, a little bit of pruning, a path realignment, and get a little bit of a view in there. I think there's still a question about exactly where this path sits and how these hawthorns might be treated, but that's something that I think we can ultimately solve. We're looking at lighting in a comprehensive way. There's a couple of different types of fixtures in the park. There's your historic city light, which is a perfectly fine example of a historic light. There are also some fiberglass and aluminum small bollard lights that occur at the walkway connections. We're proposing to remove the 3 city lights that occur along that walk. It's not a roadway, and yet this is a roadway scale lamp. So we think that it makes sense to take those out. They don't seem consistent with the intimacy that one enjoys in that part of the park. And that replacing them with a low-level light, a light that would point away from the houses, probably sited on the west side of that path, and use that same fixture at the tops of these landings, and probably one at the access point across Deerpath. Here are a few studies. We're thinking stone, rustic, something stone and maybe bronze, a fixture that will last and have a sense of permanence and be consistent with the theme of our other amenities. And to expand on the amenities, there's, how am I doing on time, Cliff? 5 minutes? Okay. There are many benches in the park, and quite a lot of contemporary benches that are typical of a lot of our American parks. And I think there's a real opportunity here to kind of gather our thinking and develop a system where we have some flexibility within the benches and amenities, but have a common theme that feels more natural, more sort of rooted in this site, and more consistent throughout. We're showing in this image, and I'm sorry to point out, this is an image where we have some benches that are right at the heart of the park. We have 11 in the park today. We're proposing 18. We're proposing primarily wood benches that may have stone supports. We're proposing 1 or 2 stone benches. And here's an example of where we think they make sense. At this cross-section through the bluff where you see some grade change, where we have roadway, planting, bluff walk. We have planting with a bench with a back. Overlooking the lake, there's an opportunity here, without altering the grade or impacting the bluff, to dry lay some stone here and to create something that's a little more natural and integrated. This is another example. Again, feedback yesterday, people were concerned about too much stone. In your package, you're going to have a bench that is more continuous of stone. This is an option where we start to lighten that up and maybe use rustic stone at the edges. Look at an ergonomic shape to the back, so you still have the comfort of some of those Victorian benches that exist in the city. And in some areas, not utilize a back, so we're not always looking at the backs of benches. And then that one area where we talked about stone. We have 4 picnic tables proposed, 2 at each end. We're thinking these could also be rustic and feel more a part of the park, as opposed to the more temporary portable tables that have a more contemporary feel. I talked about consolidation of the donor and supporters of the park, particularly for future supporters, and this is one idea of how we could create some kind of a tablet with names that could be engraved and added, and maybe that sits in the southern end of the park where the parking area is. Other amenities that would follow this theme of being a little more rustic and natural. The bike rack, which would also employ native stone at its base, a very minimal rail. Trash receptacles rather than the what I would call village or city black spiral or Victorian fixture, to actually come up with a fixture that sits within a stone frame that'll feel more a part of the site, and likewise with drinking fountains. This is all very possible using a regional rustic stone. At the south, our parking area, we're removing some parking and reconfiguring. We have, in order to accommodate a bus drop-off and maneuver, we're staying on the same footprint, with the exception of a small sliver here, although we do not impact any major trees. There's about a 6 to 8 foot cut at one point, but you can see the dashed line really coincides with the current shape. But we're taking out about a third of the pavement and thinking about this as a continuation of that forest, that oak upland forest, that could continue right through and make that parking lot, as you see today, a landscape that could function to shade cars, break up the view of the asphalt, but also this could have a shallow swale in it that connects to the existing catch basin, and rather than running your water off the pavement today like you do into a catch basin without any treatment, we can actually use this garden as a filter for that water before it goes into your combined sewer. So we have an ethic and attitude about water quality to demonstrate to the public. I think this is a great interpretive opportunity that the city is doing something to remedy water quality runoff before it gets to the lake. I'm going to end with this final slide, which is the park plan, and leave this up for comments. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations on that timing. Nice job.
Yeah, I should get an award for
I
that.
was warned that wouldn't happen.
So was I.
All right, so I think we have a opportunity for staff comments.
Thank you, Chairman Pairitz. I'm going to keep my comments brief. I know you have a lot of people who probably want to speak. I want to make comments on three things. I want to make some general comments. I want to talk about process and master plan, and then I just want to suggest a process and the concept of giving direction on key elements. So first, general comments. From the staff perspective, I think this process, like so many other processes, demonstrates several things. It demonstrates that this community has such a tremendous amount of expertise, of passion, of interest, and a deep, deep affection for our community. In these 15 months, 18 months, whatever it's been, certainly from the staff perspective, we have learned from the project board, we have learned from comments of the Historic Preservation Commission, we have learned from comments of the Park and Rec Board, we have learned from comments of various staff departments who have been involved in the process. We've learned from the Friends of Forest Park. We've learned from people who have called, people who have come in, people who we just have met out in the park. And from the first time this plan was presented to you, there is significant change, and that is a demonstration that the process does work. I think the other thing that this reaffirms is that there is no right answer. The work you do, it's always a balancing act, and every project that comes before you, you are balancing the interests of the private property owner, the rights and the interests of property owners nearby, the rights of the larger community, and doing your best to protect the integrity of the city's historic preservation ethic. But I think importantly, there is no right or wrong, but every project that comes before this commission is improved. Some are improved greatly, and some you just move that needle a little bit, but in every case, projects are improved. To talk a little bit about process and the master plan itself. Why is this before you, and what is your role? The Forest Park is located within the city's oldest historic district. It's located within the National Register District, within the local historic district, and it is a cultural landscape. It is a property that is under your purview. What you are being asked to consider tonight, not take action on, but to consider, is something different than a usual petition that you see. But you are being asked to consider a master plan and make a recommendation to the City Council. The master plan, once adopted, will be the guiding document, the framework for all future decisions made about this park. The park hasn't had that. The park has been shaped and changed incrementally, and I believe without much thought to how each individual decision affects the whole. So what you see today, although we hear again and again from people that they love the park, and that a soft touch or a light touch in any change is needed, we do know that the park has changed every year. The master plan will provide certainty going forward, as all master plans do, and this community does have a history of adopting master plans. Master plan for Lake Forest College, master plans for the hospital, for various educational campuses, and master plans provide certainty, and rather than incremental decisions being made with no background, with no context, with no historical research, the decisions will from now on, once a plan is adopted, be made and reviewed in the context of that plan, whether it's a maintenance issue, whether it's a something new being proposed or a repair being proposed. So a master plan is really a good thing for this park. It's a positive, it's a preservation effort, and it's an important tool. Third and finally, I think it's important for the commission tonight to provide clear direction. And at the staff level, we thought through how we might be able to suggest a process for you to move through this. We tried to identify key aspects, key elements of the plan we took those elements and we categorized them into elements to be preserved, elements to be restored, rehabilitated or enhanced, elements to be modified, elements to be eliminated, and new elements. We tried to capture what we thought was the key. If you're comfortable with that framework, you may add other elements that we've missed. But as you work through those, it would be very helpful, certainly to staff, but I believe it would be helpful to the project board as well, to know if there are elements that you're comfortable with. And we can kind of put a check by that, move those off to the side. And if there are elements that you think need further study, if there are elements that shouldn't be part of the plan, if there are elements that need to be further detailed, this is the night for us to hear that from you. When this comes back to you, which is anticipated to be in a month, at your April meeting, we expect that you will have a document, not a 100-page document, but a document that provides narrative and provides certainty so that you are comfortable that the plan will be implemented in a way that doesn't have any unintended consequences. So I will continue to urge you through the night to provide clear direction, because we can only move this forward if we hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy, do you have a copy of the staff comments that were electronically sent? I'd love to get a copy of that if you have one. Thanks. All right, now is an opportunity for questions or requests for clarification from any commissioners to the presentation. So please, Jim.
Hey Kathy, I have a question. You mentioned the role of the master plan, and you use the word certainty. And I think that's kind of be a critical term here, and I'm just curious if you could elaborate a bit on other master plans and give us an indication for how much certainty is in the master plan versus at the discretion of the various boards and the governance processes that we have in place moving forward. Is it 80-20 rule? Is it everything needs to be full baked, including all the fixtures and the pathways? There's been some discussions of open points here, and I think we're going to probably ask just more questions about that. But from a guiding principle perspective, what has been an effective use of a master plan from your perspective in the city along those lines?
It depends. Some master plans provide greater certainty than others. I would envision, based on the work that's done to date, I don't think in a month you're going to get certainty about every element of the park, but part of your approval could be, for instance, that a signage plan needs to come back to you. There isn't information in this master plan about signage. You know that's an important aspect. There should be some verbiage in the plan, but between now and a month from now, we're not going to have those details. On the other hand, it may be that by next month, you may have enough information to approve a bench concept. You saw some different examples tonight. We may be able to get enough details to have some dimension plans to fully understand the scale. You may have enough comfort. So I think each of those elements are going to be different. The master plan is not intended to be a construction document. The road will take a lot of engineering work to specifically locate that. You won't see that as part of a master plan. But the master plan needs to be enough so that staff can look at it, and as we're reviewing construction plans or engineering plans, other working documents, spec sheets, whatever it might be, that we have the comfort that what you expected, what was presented publicly to you, the concepts are in fact being carried out by those elements. In addition to a recommendation on the master plan, the Historic Preservation Commission may also be asked to grant certificates of appropriateness on specific park elements, much as you did with Market Square. In Market Square, you looked at the benches and the fountain and the trash cans. So it may be that group gets a certificate of appropriateness. So some of that is still evolving, but the master plan, you're correct, it will not answer all the questions, it will not provide certainty, but you're going to work that out by the direction you provide us, and then we will see what it looks like a month from now.
And is it fair to say that all the elements that you listed in the staff report that Kurt just asked for, is that your best case or your best guess as to what we need more certainty on in the master plan, or do you think there's other things that we should add based on the conversation tonight?
Depending on your discussion, there may be some things in that list that you are comfortable with at this point. So again, I'm gonna look to you for those comments in that direction, but I would see that list at least as a start and as a way perhaps for you to work through the plan. The whole concept, for instance, I think the first item speaks to preserving the passive use of the park. I think that's something we've heard universally as we've talked about this park. So it may be that some of those points you can say, we agree with this, we're comfortable, it should be in the plan, it's adequately detailed, or it should be further detailed, and you check those off. We don't wanna, you do have a mandatory adjournment time of 11, so you don't necessarily wanna stay here till 2 in the morning, although on occasions you have, so.
So this is how we keep staff comments to 5 minutes. We ask them a lot of questions after their 5 minutes. So, did that clear that up at all?
Was it helpful to you guys? I mean,
Yeah, I think a little bit. I mean, I think we're all in this kind of like at the same, point where we're trying to figure out exactly, where the staff, how the staff feels about it, and you're not tipping your hat too much, so. So, just in terms of process, so everybody's on the same page here, this is our opportunity to ask questions to the staff and the presenter. We'll follow that with a public testimony. You've got the agenda. We'll do public testimony after that, and then after that, we'll have a chance for our own deliberations and questions and comments, and then there'll be a rebuttal and another staff rebuttal. So we get to talk for hours and hours, hopefully. More questions to the presenter or to the staff? Anybody?
Well, can I ask you a real quick question about the process? Just
Sure.
because I know Kathy did a lot of work on this.
Yep.
And I was under the understanding that we would go like point by point
We
down
can,
there
if we'd like.
and ask questions.
I think
and
we
then go
should
back.
do that.
Is that how you want to do it?
Well, if it suits you, we could do that now, but frankly, I'd like to hear the public testimony. I think that's
and then
key for us to understand. So I would encourage us to make sure that we're clear on what's being presented and we understand the process. I'd like to get through the public testimony, and then I'd like to, have that opportunity to kind of tick off how we feel about, are there elements of the plan that, for drainage, for example, that might just be technical and we, kind of get it, or we don't get it, or we have a specific question.
Okay.
But please, if you have a question that's burning at the moment,
Well,
ask
I
away.
that's how I kind of,
I don't want to deliberate now. I'd like to.
right,
use
no,
the
I just
opportunity.
went down at each section and then had a question for each section, so, but I don't want to be here forever,
Yeah.
so,
Yeah.
I just was wondering if that's.
You know, I may have the same question.
Go for it.
You know,
Yeah, go
so-
for
I
it.
mean, if you-
I'd rather
you
not
have
deliberate,
questions-
but if you have questions, please.
No, I know,
have
it's just
some
questions.
I'm gonna ask,
Please.
regardless of how, the public testifies and stuff, so.
Yeah, go for it.
First of all, for the petitioner, I'm trying to understand, just as an initial matter, the reciting of the ring road. I like, obviously the community really wants the ring road. I think it's appropriate to keep it, but you're pulling it away from the bluff, and my understanding was the original concept was that people could go through the ring road and, sort of partake of the bluff and the vistas by their transit through the ring road. And by pulling it away, we're diminishing that somewhat, I don't know to what extent, but we're also proposing putting plantings, a medium, a walkway, and, and a lot of hardscape in between. So I'm wondering if there's an engineering reason for reciting it, or if it's just get all those other elements in there, or what the concept is behind that, first of all.
Well, I'll answer the first part of your question is, originally, the concept that was originally presented was no ring road whatsoever. It's the elimination of the ring road, elimination of, cars in the park. And through our process, what we found out is there was a lot of residents that really wanted to see the ring road, and there was a lot of people in our committees that felt that the ring road should stay.
I'm not trying to direct your answer, but I don't want to know, the development, how it got there. I'm just wondering why it's cited there.
Why it's moved
now. I mean, if there's an engineering reason, or if it's just And the only reason I cut you off, and I'm not trying to be rude, is because we have a lot of people who are gonna be testifying. I have a number of other questions. I think the commissioners have some questions also, so I apologize if I sounded rude. I didn't mean to at all.
I think it probably would be useful for me to spend a little bit more time on this diagram, although I think you're going to be able to see it better in your package and the handout that's in the back of the room. We are, in terms of feet, we're talking about a pretty small shift. And you can see at Spring Lane, we're essentially keeping the layout. And at this point, instead of a T intersection, we sweep it to the right 10 feet, sweep it back to the left. It essentially follows the layout because you don't see two roads here. You see a slight enlargement where we've got a little bit of overlap, maybe 6 to 8 feet of shift to create a belly in that roadway. If you look at the early designs in this, again, this naturalistic park movement, you see curving roads. There's a bit of a straightaway right now. So we'd like to take the straightaway out of this section of the road. Currently, it has a pinch point right after the center seating space, and you can see, again, the green is the existing road, the yellow is the shift. Now, this shift actually pulls back on top of the parking that exists, and I'll show you a detail in a minute. So we're actually not moving the road further into the park at that point. Again, I said about a 6-foot shift here. Here, we're just running it on top of the existing parking. Where we have maybe the greatest deviation, although it's still a matter of feet, not dozens of feet, is right in here, where we have an oak that's right on top of the ring road. It's been damaged. Its crown has some problems. We've talked to the city forester. It's comfortable removing that oak. And we're also 6 feet from the bluff. And I think I would encourage you to look at that condition right there on site. There's about a 6-foot distance between the current road and the top of the bluff, which has a tiny bit of instability, in my opinion. There's some bare soil there. So that, to me, was an important place to shift back. We are making room for the walkway. At pinch points like this, we're suggesting a 5-foot walk, a 5-foot planting minimum. In areas where we have the luxury of a little more space, because you see the bluff is this top edge, we are able to create anywhere from a 5 to, I think, as much as 15 or 18 feet of planted zone. That's not because we've moved the road 15 feet in. It's because we had a wide top of bluff in order to curve the path through that zone.
Okay,
Does that answer?
so to get back to my original question, the reason you're moving it sounds to me, trying to decipher what you said, is at the north end, there seems to be some instability, so you moved it
Right.
there. And the rest of it, you seem to either have moved it to make room for the walkway
Right.
or for aesthetic reasons.
Right.
Would that be
Right.
correct?
That's true. And
Okay.
I should address your questions about the impression of the view. I think you could test that question on site. I think that the difference you're asking about how does it impact the view, when you're standing at the edge of the bluff and you're looking at a great view across the lake, my opinion is if you move 20 feet back on that tableland, or if you move 10 feet forward to the very edge of the bluff to give you those relative distances, that your view is not adversely impacted. I think there's a legitimate question about planting. I think that we wouldn't want to have a walkway parallel to this roadway without some sense of buffer. I think spatially, you want that to have its own experience. I think functionally, you want to have some separation. From a safety point of view, you want to have separation. And the safety question is, I think, an important one. That planting, again, is not intended to be high and thick, particularly where it's important to have those views which we identified. A majority of it would be probably lower than waist high.
Now, there's a widening of it near the proposed, of the ring road, near the
Right.
proposed landing, and that is contemplated as a drop-off area, my understanding is, correct?
That's correct. The current road to today is about between 22 and 24 feet wide. We're showing the new road at its widest point, 22.
Okay, and when you say it's at 22 to 24 feet, that's the road, that's not the road in the parking that's there?
That's the road itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since you're proposing to take out the parking in that area, is there any contemplation on how drop-off is gonna be controlled, where cars aren't just gonna be parked or standing there for long periods of time?
I mean, our feeling is if we design the road for a majority of its length at 16 feet, it really does feel like a one-way road. There is the ability, if someone breaks down or for some reason pulls over, you can pull around someone on a 16-foot road. In those summer months when you would likely allow parking on the loop road, that is handled by reinforcing the turf at the edge of that, so we're comfortable we can handle periodic parking that way. At the point of the drop-off, we have, and I'm going to hazard a guess here, it's several hundred feet of length that we're widening the road to 22, so it goes gradually wider. I think the ability to drop or have a short pullover and then someone to pass would be obvious to occur in that location. I think that visually you'd have I think an obvious clue that this is where you would have that kind of maneuver. We'd like to avoid putting curbs and painted lines and things like that. We'd like to give the public's intelligence the benefit of the doubt that that's how you would function, like you would in a widened dirt road or a widened driveway, naturally use it that way.
Okay, so there's not gonna be any signage or any other controls to keep people from just stopping there and standing for periods of time?
You know, I don't know if we would say no to some signage. I think we could look at some subtle signage at that location. We likely will have some interpretive signage in the park. I think it would be a missed opportunity if we didn't. And I think there are some clever ways to have some low signage that said, you know, stopping only, or no long-term parking, or, you know, handicap drop-off or something like that. We wouldn't want to perpetuate it throughout the length of the road, but.
One thing that we've seen in other petitions that have come before us, but I haven't seen in this petition, is the question of signage. I'm not sure,
Yeah.
you know, can you speak to us as to where that is right now? Obviously, signs are, you know, very important. Too much is, you know, too much.
Yeah.
Too little is too little. Materials, you know, lettering, all those things are things that this commission has contemplated in the past, and this plan is completely silent to that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it is something that it's just gonna be left up to the city, or where it's going as far as that.
We feel passionate about solving the signage problem in a careful way, and it's going to take some time. Our opinion is that less is more, that we would imagine some signage at the end of Deerpath similar to what's there today. I might not put shrubbery or annual plants around it. Might be something a little more subtle. I think the southern end is a good opportunity for that donor, benefactor acknowledgement in a way that is not modern and not obtrusive. I think we've got a lot of vegetation there to help buffer signage. I think that's going to actually help our signage, is that you can use the backdrop of vegetation. There may need to be a 5 to 15 mile an hour limit sign put somewhere. You know, I think that you're going to be better knowing whether or not that's critical. I do think I would start by not putting those kinds of signs in the park. I think I would imagine at this overlook that we would have a sign that could have a stone or a wooden base to it, and it could have some, I think it could easily have, you know, text and references to the history of the park. We'd like to come back with something more comprehensive, but not a lot of signage.
I think not a lot of signs,
Yeah.
please.
3 or 4 signs, most, probably.
Yeah, I think as Kathy stated earlier, that would be one area that we assumed we'd be coming back in front of HPC for in the future, for some approval on that. Once we found out the elements that were approved, we'd have a signage package that would go along with those elements. So that is one example of what Kathy mentioned earlier.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah. I think it's important for us to focus on the big picture items that will impact either physically this beautiful space or violate the historical integrity of what it's been to the community. And so I want to direct a question on just the pathways. And I'm wondering, I know Cliff Miller's been involved and others, but I was curious if you could comment on the integrity of the ravines and the landscape, if there is going to be any deterioration or cause of concern around, the soil stability. I mean, if we're moving the ring road back for that reason, and we're adding pathways, the logical question is that sustainable? Is it a nice place to put a pathway that will just maintain the integrity of the ravines and that shoreline that's so critical to us? So I was wondering if you studied it or got the part of the engineering, or what your initial thoughts were on that.
Well, I'm not aware of the detail of the study, but I'm aware that there was a study done to analyze the existing road in terms of its impact on or threat on the bluff. And it was, if I'm correct, deemed not a threat to the bluff. I do have one exception that I firmly believe at one pinch point, which I described, that it doesn't make sense to leave the road where it is. In terms of the path's impact on the bluff, all of the length of that path is occurring on flat ground that is currently lawn. So we're not removing native vegetation to put a path in. We're simply peeling up sod and probably excavating 4 to 6 inches to put this compacted, granular, stabilized material, which is activated by compaction and moisture, and it is a very stable but permeable material. It's a fairly light touch. We're clearly going to look at it carefully in our construction document phase in terms of the grades. We'd like to make sure we're pitching the road inboard, so we're not adding water to the bluff. Currently, it's crowned, so half the water from the road is going to the lake. We think we could easily shift all of the road water inboard, and then combine that with the planting that occurs, hopefully, between that path and road. We have more stability in our minds, that native plant that we're bringing up over the bluff to really frame and nest that walk and roadway will do some erosion control work for us.
So it's not a key risk point, or it's something you're watching, or is it
We don't
consuming
think
a
it's a
lot of
risk.
interest? Or
We don't think it's a risk. We have Black Engineering on the project that's looking at the engineering, and the final grading will be authored by them. So it's not an issue in our minds.
thanks.
Do you have more stuff?
Yeah, I have a few more questions.
Well, I like the trajectory of both of your questions, because it's dealing with something I think that's kind of key now as this has been evolving. And I wanted to just piggyback on that, maybe to kind of expand that if I could. Maybe you could go to an image that shows the whole park. Is that easy to do for you, or is that going to complicate your? Well, this is fine right here. I mean, this shows that we are going to be, with the current plan, concentrating all the parking to the south side of the park. Right now, there's parking at about the midpoint near the drop-off for cars to pull in and do a little parking there. And I have a question that sort of that's evolved, in my mind about the park here, and that is, we're proposing a lot of things, and there are good reasons for various, decisions. But how do you feel about the idea that you're taking something away that we have now? I mean, right now, that parking at the midway point is really kind of convenient. And for various reasons, we're taking that away. And as a negative sort of consequence, because we're all kind of petitioners in the community. This isn't like our typical petition we review comes in from single-family residential, individual, and they've got their whole life wrapped up in their property, and they've got property rights, and we try to respect them, and they really want to do something, you know, when we look at it from that perspective. But we're all kind of involved in this, and I know there's a lot of really good reasons to take that parking out, because we don't like to look at cars or something, or maybe it gets too crowded, but there is a lot of time during the winter or in fall and spring when there may just be 1 or 2 or 3 cars there, and I'll go by there after work, park, and not have to park all the way down there, but park in the middle and get out and maybe go for a maybe 2 or 3 minute little walk, look out over the lake. It's a way to kind of coordinate the fact that we have the ring road with a little visit. So how do you feel about taking away that ability? Because you really are, you're taking away something we have now.
No, you're correct, and that's one of the things that we struggled with. But when we looked at the history of the park was originally designed without parking there. And I think as we look back, that parking was added as originally a temporary situation when there was some work being done down at the beach, and never removed. What we looked at was when we widened the road there, we still think that you have the ability to pull along the side, get out of your car, look at the vistas, you know, walk around for those short stays in the winter months. The road is being designed that you can still have parking along the roadway. And I think currently there's somewhere around 55 spaces at those peak summer days or holidays that people have the ability to park along the roadway. With the reinforcing of the grass on the west side of the property, you still have the ability to park along the roadway for those peak days. You also have the ability, you know, when we took out those spaces, now you can park 70 cars along the roadway. So the 22 spaces we lost in the middle, we only lost a net of 7 spaces. So in that thickening the road area, on those winter months when there's not a lot of traffic, there is the ability for the city to allow people to park along that roadway, get out, walk the Belvedere stairs, or walk through the park.
So then we will be able to park along the road.
The city, you know, our proposal, built into our proposal is the ability to park along the roadway, 70 parking spaces along the roadway, but it's up to the city on what days or what controls they want to have over that.
Okay, but that doesn't sound like it's very much of a guarantee that you can just pull along there and park. I mean, it sounds like, is that just for overflow, or is that going to be a spot where I can park and not get a ticket?
And once again, that's part of the feedback that we're looking to get, you know, in the meetings that we're going to. And when we present our final proposal based on that feedback, you know, our recommendation could be for those 70 parking spaces to be allowed full-time, peak holidays, controlled by the city. But the design has the ability to have parking along the roadway.
Okay, I'm going to just quickly finish up on the parking. I don't want to dominate, but if you figure 70 cars could park there all the time, well, then that's a complete failure, because that could look pretty bad. But the fact that there's some parallel parking now that gets filled up, and that's it.
Well, currently we have 77 spaces that people have the ability to park on peak days.
Yeah.
So, you know, when you say it's a failure, historically, it's exactly what you have now, less 7 spaces.
Yeah.
But once again, it's a control. We want to put it in a controlled situation where you don't have that central core parking, where you have 22 spaces that are being used prior to people using the south parking lot. We feel the south parking lot is underutilized at this point in time. We also feel from the input we've gotten from the city that the south parking lot at the lower level of the beach is underutilized. And there's a lot of times where that parking's not being utilized as well. So with working with the city, we feel with using that south beach parking, access parking, utilizing the south parking lot, and for those peak days parking along the roadway, we think we have eliminated some of that parking along the road, but we still have the ability, when it's needed, it's needed.
Can I just follow up on that? Because I see that kind of inconsistent with what you're proposing for the plan. You're taking out parking spaces to provide better views, but yet you're going to allow 70 cars to park and make the view worse.
Well, what we're doing is giving the city the ability to have 70 cars. One of the things that we were challenged with is we've eliminated parking even from that south parking lot. And we knew when we were eliminating the 22 spaces from the central core parking, we wanted, you know, there are those peak summer days that, you know, whether it's the 3 holidays and those 7 90-degree days where the beach does fill up, you know, we had to have some answer to how people were going to be able to use the park. But it's our feeling, and it was our recommendation, that parking be controlled. But that's one of the things we're waiting for the feedback. from these.
So, when you talk about control, if there's no lines to designate where parking should be located, and I can't imagine that you're gonna have someone up there all the time just directing parking. It seems like you're giving up control. When you have those spaces up there, people know exactly where to park, and there might be a sign that says how long. You've got the shrubs to kind of shield it from Deerpath. But what you're proposing with the 70, it's kind of where
Well, I
everyone
think
wants to
you're
park.
talking about two different things. I mean, right now, what happens on the 4th of July is that the city allows people to park along the road, pretty much along the whole length of it. And so you can accommodate a big beach day by doing that. And I
So
think
they're
that's what
already done
Ralph's alluding to, is that you haven't lost that ability in this design, which I think is a good thing because we have those days. But I don't think he's looking to stripe those. I don't think he's looking to regulate those as a part of his proposal. He's looking to the city to say you're gonna have to continue to regulate those the way you do now. Is that?
Yeah, we want to encourage people to use the south parking lot.
Right.
We want to encourage that there won't be cars parked along the roadway. But we wanted to put the flexibility in the plan for those peak days, the 4th of July, those holidays, there was the ability to park 70 vehicles along the roadway. We've also looked at a design that would possibly put some handicap spaces in the middle of the parkway as well as at the south parking lot. Those are some of the things that we're looking to get some feedback on.
So just so I can make sure, so the 70 spots that you would allow up there would just be several times a year?
Once again, we're looking for feedback on that, and that would be up to the direction of the city. We've designed the park to have the ability to park. We would prefer, our recommendation was to prefer to limit the parking in the park along the roadway. But once again, we knew that there had to be some solution to those peak summer days. I don't know if I'm answering your question properly. or-
That's actually a response to some earlier direction that the HPC, I think, asked about in one of your very, very early, when we didn't have a road, is how do you park cars? So I think that
Yeah.
it's an astute kind of position to take in saying that we've allowed for it one way or another. You can regulate it how you want, tell us what you want.
Correct. The evolution of the plan was the original plan had a north parking lot as well.
Right.
And one of the things we saw was was a lot of objection to that north parking lot. So when we eliminated the north parking lot, we didn't want to go outside the boundaries of the current south parking lot to take away from the beautiful forest that's at that end. We needed a solution for those peak summer days, so that was.
And a little more background on that, I think both of you might not have been a part of that HPC commission that heard that. One of the things that we didn't like about that north parking lot is that we were building a parking lot that had to be a parking lot all the time. And so for the 300 days of the year when you didn't need a parking lot, you had a parking lot. Parking along the ring road, when you had to absolutely do it on the Memorial Day, 4th of July, the 21st of March, there was a place to go if you needed a relief valve, and so, that's what we have now, we're able to do it. It's not striped, it's only allowed when the city goes and puts little flags in the ground and said parking today only, or whatever, however they want to control it, but that was the background. We didn't want a permanent parking lot to allow for these 70 cars, because we don't want to see a parking lot
So on
most
a
of the
normal
time.
day, they're not gonna allow
Exactly.
cars parked
That would be,
there? Okay, that's all I wanted to
the
know.
intention as far as I'm
Okay.
concerned.
Okay.
I have a question about the south parking lot. You said that you didn't add to the south parking lot, but didn't you add spaces to the west? And I'm wondering why you didn't add those spaces to the east. I'm concerned about the buffer between the parked cars and Deerpath, and there's a home right there that,
We're able to maintain a 50-foot buffer between that parking lot and the road. I'm going to try to get through these quickly here.
So,
Excuse me.
that's a great question. Not to answer the question for you, but one of the things I like about the way that this has been designed is that we've changed what is now a sea of asphalt to two smaller sections of asphalt that's broken up by plantings. And so I think that's a responsible response to, if there's such a thing as a responsible response, to, that needing a parking lot in this location. So try to do your best to top of
Okay.
that.
Yeah, it's a little faint, but if you follow along my red pointer, the existing parking is right there, and it goes like this to here, and it comes to here, it goes right to this edge, actually goes, I'm sorry, to this edge. So,
so the spaces on the bottom are existing.
This is existing paving with the exception of a triangle in here that goes from 0 to about 9 feet, 10 feet. It's a small triangle where there's existing, in fact, there's some black locust and some trees that are not really have screening value and are not native and desirable trees. There's an important oak here. We were trying to get our parking counts up and actually had a series of spaces here, and we looked to try to add more here. It wasn't popular in the review with the city and other parties, and so we retreated and really
Right.
felt like we want to preserve the trees. So
Okay, yeah,
we,
when I had my tour, it was talked about.
okay, we are
Going deeper into
maintaining.
it. Okay,
So if we took the worst-case scenario today of where that paving is relative to the abutter or the road, we are maintaining that setback along that entire stretch.
okay, great.
And Ralph, could you tell us about the frequency of bus drop-off and when that happens? Just, a little- I think we've heard some of this before, but if you could just remind us.
You know,
a
it's
little
mostly camps in the summer that it takes place, so we have, we've moved the bus drop-off from the center of the park. At this point in time, they drop off at the Belvedere Stairs. You know, we looked at options to move it down to the southern, the South Beach access, and we felt for safety reasons, that wasn't the answer, and I think the city actually encouraged us that was not the proper response. We think if we drop them off here next to the access, the ramp that goes down to the beach, but once again, those are mostly limited to summer camps, and they're a couple times a day.
bit. A couple times a day,
Yeah.
morning and afternoon
Correct.
for summer camp kind of thing. And like, is there 10 buses a day? Is there 20? Is there 30?
I think it's 10 to 15 buses a day.
No, the max we have is 8 currently.
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
I have a
Keep
few
going,
more.
yeah.
How many current handicap spots for parking do we have, and how many will there be based on your proposal?
Am I right? Are there 2 today in the center of the park? Mary, do you recall?
Yeah, right.
I think there are 2. The intention is to maintain the same number.
Same number.
Okay.
In total, though? I mean, aren't there 2?
Same number of handicap.
So there's 2 on the south, and aren't there 2 on the center? Currently, I think there's.
I'm not sure there are any marked in the south lot.
Yeah, it wasn't in the parking study that we did. But, you know, one of the, and as long as we're talking about handicap parking, you know, we've looked at it a couple different ways, and as I've mentioned, we've also looked at possibly putting some, we know that's a major concern, you know, and one of the things that we're investigating is possibly putting some handicap parking in that central core. I know we just talked about eliminating the parking, so, you know, I hate to stand up here and say that we're looking at possibly putting a couple handicap spaces there as well, but that is an option and something that we're continuing to investigate.
Yeah, I mean, I would encourage you to do that. I understand the concept of, and I know there's a lot of, you know, feeling in the community on both sides, and, you know, eventually you're gonna have to come down one way or the other, but obviously the south parking lot is quite a long ways from the, you know, the central part of the park if you're handicapped, so, you know, how you can deal with that, I'd encourage you to look at. The next big element that seems to be really added to this plan is the extensive walkways or walking paths that, you know, don't exist there now. Is there a safety reason for those paths being, at all?
But, you know, there was and one of the things, one of the arguments we've heard from those that are against the walkway is that, you know, there's been no registered accidents at the park.
Well, that's a legitimate.
Yeah, absolutely,
I mean,
and we've heard
you
that,
can't
you know.
dismiss that.
But one of the things, and we debated whether a walkway, of course, a walkway was gonna be needed if we eliminated the road, there'd be nowhere for people to walk except on the grass. So, but when we put the roadway back in, one of the things we looked at, you know, would the park get better utilized if we had a ring road or a walkway that went through the entire park? You know, would people enjoy the south woods more if there was a meandering road that went to the south woods? You know, we looked at maintaining this as a passive park, but at the same point in time, we wanted to see that the park could be more utilized and people could enjoy the park more. You know, one of the things that we asked the city for some recommendations. You know, as I stated in my opening comments, We not only went out and got 50 volunteers and researched experts in all the different fields, we went to the city. And we said, okay, give us a wish list. What are the things that you see that the park is missing? What are the elements that you want to see in the park? And one of the things that city staff gave us a strong recommendation on was to separate, the strollers and the walkers, from the cars. As long as we were maintaining a road in the park, they wanted to see some separation there for safety reasons and for the enjoyment of the people that use the park.
But there's no evidence that it's needed for safety at this point.
If the evidence is, and one of the comments that came last night was from a husband that said his wife was almost run over in the park. She was almost, hit from behind. We've heard that on a few occasions. But, did we go to the police department? Is there police reports? No, none to my knowledge that anybody's ever been hit or hurt. There's been any registered complaints. But, there are those that feel that the next accident was one accident too many. So the city felt, and a lot of the people on our committees felt, that safety was an issue. And that as we start to utilize this park more, it was not only the fact that we could utilize more of the park and people would use that walkway, but we felt that, for the dog walkers, it would be a little safer as well.
Okay.
I wanted to just share an observation.
Sure.
I want to share an observation.
Absolutely.
The image that we have here, because I think a lot of people are looking at walkways in a plan and saying, wow, that's something built, it's something added, and it is. But there's some great examples in your parks here of how if a path is designed correctly, in the one I think people may be most concerned about is this western path that moves along that western edge. And I have witnessed people in the roadway, and to me, coming from out of town, although that was 4 years ago and I feel like I know a lot more today, but it just seemed very strange that there wasn't a sidewalk on the west side and there wasn't a walk in the park.
Well, welcome to Lake Forest. We don't have sidewalks anywhere.
Yeah, but, to have a public park that is so revered and to not have accessible access through it. Someone in a wheelchair is only able to use the roadway. And if we didn't add a path, they'd be in a wheelchair on the roadway, which we've left in the park. Even though I didn't want to leave it in the park, we decided to do that. But if a path is correctly designed, 6 feet we're talking about, and you set it into the grade and it meanders, it's not that visible. In fact, if you look at this image, it's very telling because this looks like a path. This is a 24-foot wide road. The Spring Lane extension that currently comes into the park. And this is a photograph taken 60 or 70 feet away. And you can see in perspective, in the way we view the world as people moving through the world, we don't view it from a plane, we experience it at eye level, that a 5-foot path or a 6-foot path at this distance would be either invisible or negligible. And I can, it's evidenced here when you see how a 24-foot road looks like a 5-foot path. And I think that there's a way to site them where they won't feel obtrusive. I think the alignment is critical so that they feel consistent with that naturalistic theme that O.C. Simons would have approved of. I got comfortable thinking about the parallel path to the roadway when, again, you go back and even look at an O.C. Simons plan where there was a divided trail with an island of plants in the middle. There's some 600 feet of divided cart road with planting and a parallel condition historically. So I think we can make these paths fairly benign, but allow many more people to enjoy the park in a safe way.
We looked at a lot of different parks, in Lake Forest. And what we saw is that a lot of the original parks were designed without any kind of, paths around the park. And as time went on, you look at a lot of the parks. Deerpath Park, for example, has an asphalt, kind of a road that goes, or path that goes around Deerpath Park. If you go out to Waveland, there's an asphalt, little roadway that runs through it. If you go to West Park, and I grew up in Lake Forest, there was never any roadway or path that went through West Park. Today we have a concrete kind of meandering sidewalk. One of the things that we wanted was to design the park in a master plan way to say that we don't want an asphalt sidewalk. We don't want a concrete sidewalk. We don't want curb and gutter. We want something that fits in with the natural aspect of the park. And I think with doing it in the way that we're doing it and sizing it the way and meandering it through the park, it's much less objectionable to what we've seen happen with the other parks in town. We think that it fits more historically with what's there.
Do you have the slide or with the path showing? Can you put that up?
Ralph, while we're searching for that, do you know, was the original O.C. Simon's plan a two-way affair? Well, I was under the impression that the landscape island at the south end of that, its designed was to split the north and southbound
Yeah,
traffic.
my understanding is at one point in time it was two-way traffic.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
On the O.C. Simon's original.
Sorry, go ahead, Bill. if you-
That's okay. I'm just looking at this. First of all, the east-west path coming off of, really off of Spring Lane there, as it gets to the bluff, it splits in two and kind of makes an island in between it.
Right.
What was the reason for that? You seem to, you know, unlike Deerpath,
People-
where there is not that split, I'm wondering
Yeah.
if that
No,
that was
it's a,
purposeful and what the reason for,
we didn't have it initially split.
yeah.
And in looking at the language of curvilinear forms that you would find in this parks movement, whether you're looking at an Olmsted or a Manning or a Jensen or Simons, you would normally see at intersections the ability to go one way or the other so that you don't get a trampled condition. If someone wants to go right and the path is a right angle, then you would need to plant that heavily to prevent that from occurring. Would it work with a perpendicular connection? It might.
Well, it's the only place that you have that in
Yeah.
all
Well,
the paths.
Yeah, we have forking that occurs here. It
Oh,
may be hard
okay.
to see. We have, a split, a Y split there that is a similar language. At this location, because we were coming across the roadway to a large landing, we didn't feel like people needed to go right or left. There's a 24-foot wide drop area at that location, so that we felt that satisfied this need to move left or right.
You know, can
And the west-
I just ask you one,
Sure.
wasn't that island originally in O.C. Simon's original plan? Didn't he have an
Well, I'm
island
going to just
somewhere?
put this back. There's-
Is that why you put
this-
it in
This
there?
is a survey of some of the Simon's work. In the original plan, which probably
Had
wasn't
an
built
island
like this, we think that this was not shown as a fork because this roadway continued. Whereas our roadway moves down, we felt like O.C. Simon's would not have done a right angle on a roadway. And that this fork in this island, although it's a carriage trail, was still in the same language, in the same spirit as what we're describing. So I think that that's why we got comfortable with that.
Now, the western path, the north-south-western path, I'm just wondering,
This,
what thought was given to its siting there rather than more through the park? It
Mhm.
seems to me where it's sited now, it gets awfully close to the road and, kind of loses the effect of the bluff. And I know
Yeah.
you want some distance between the two paths, but
yeah. Well, we had explored some options that looped up this way. We had something that was a little closer to the road, deeper into the forested edge. What we enjoyed about this alignment, and we spent a bit of time in the field doing this, is that it nips across the end of this beautiful picnic glade. There's this nice clearing defined by some trees, some really large red maples that are unusual in the park, and felt like we didn't want to push any further into that lawn space. We'd rather keep that a woodland walk experience. And this is one of the parts of the park that I think is quite revered and yet underutilized. And to stay in the shade, in the forest, on a path, in our minds made more sense, and therefore we didn't want to push it into some of these lawn areas. And at the same time, try to balance what's a comfortable distance to the road to create a buffer that makes you feel like you're embedded in a landscape. And so that's why it ended up where it is. I think that, there's a little wet pocket in here. There's still some room for movement if this path is approved, but I think that general location felt most comfortable when you're really on site looking at it.
Yeah, I can understand that portion of it. It's more to the north after you get
Here,
north of Spring
this section?
Lane. Yeah, just
Oh,
north
I'm
of
sorry.
Spring Lane, all the way to the north part of the Ring Road.
You're talking about this section?
That section all the way north.
To the left.
We didn't want it to feel like a sidewalk. So, in our minds,
I'm wondering why it isn't pulled in further.
into the park?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Rather than so close to the road.
Yeah.
If experiencing the park rather than experiencing the road.
Yeah. It's trying to find that balance between visually encroaching upon an uninterrupted lawn and trying to keep the path between trees so that you weave between canopy. That's not to say it couldn't slide in a little bit. We actually adjusted this further in. I think if we can maintain a meander that feels right and consistent, this whole thing could be shifted in a little bit. There's probably admittedly a pinch point there because we were lacking trees to get on the other side of, and so that could shift in a little bit.
I like the uninterrupted lawn. I
I-
think you're right about that.
It's a balance, yeah, it's a real balance. You don't want to feel like you're on a park path on the road, so that's, yeah, maybe that's a good point to show. Ralph was reminding me that this image really captures what we are trying to rehabilitate. I think that maybe that's the word to describe these rooms that are, certainly this one exists, and these, you sense this one to the south. If we could stay at the edge of that, or maybe nip the corner or the edge, that might be fine. But I think if we want to maintain the integrity of those uninterrupted ground plane in those roughly oval areas, that would be a goal, important goal.
Jim, did you have-
Yeah, Steve, I was just curious, this is maybe an open-ended question for you to answer any way you want, but you had mentioned that you thought O.C. Simons would embrace the pathways, or at least you maybe thought of them conceptually with what he would like, but maybe just take a step back, and everybody draws their inspiration for these projects, especially over 4 years, from different sources and things. I mean, did you think about him a lot, and did you imagine walking through the park with him and pointing things out to him, and what his reaction would be when you laid this out? And, or was it more just, gosh, there's so many people in this community that want different things, and I don't know who to please, and I don't know, this process is crazy, and I just want to get this thing done and forget about it. I'm just curious, what...
I've had all those thoughts.
Yeah, no, and I think understandably, but I think really the intent of the designer and the artist in this, and its compatibility with the original artist and designer is really at the core of this, and I think I'd like to hear what you have to say about that.
When we began this project and saw that there was little hard evidence of what exactly was built and implemented by Simons, admittedly, initially, 3 years ago, we didn't approach every decision about design with the question, what would Simons do? I think that we could have a long night talking about what Simons would do, and a lot of people would have a lot of great opinions about it. When you look at the rehabilitation standards that Department of the Interior sets forth, and you think about working in historic landscapes, for me, I felt what's right for the park and what's right for our contemporary use of the park, and with a nod to history, and how can we create an experience in this park that capitalizes upon its integrity but also pushes it a little bit further. And to me, I felt like the accessibility within the park was underrated, underappreciated, and not really thought of. And I thought the human habitation of the park was completely compromised by the car. I still think it is, but I understand how passionate the community is about access, and I think we can come up with a solution here that protects your appreciation of this park from the distractions of an automobile, because that is a big distraction when you're trying to enjoy a public park. We've all been to great public parks. Look at New York, and you've got a lot of great parks in central, the Midwest, and I've studied some Jensen parks. The space that is defined is often defined by plants and walkways. And I think to be able to move along an edge and experience that space in a different way, and be in the park and not on the road, is capitalizing on a beautiful asset that you have that's I think underappreciated. When we really got down to the configuration, I just know from experience in historical study of great parks that people like to meander. It's sort of a normal way to move. You know, this sidewalk image here is not compatible the way you would want to move through this park, weave through these beautiful trees. So the meandering walkway made a lot of sense, and hopefully this slide will come up in a minute. Have I gone by it? I think I've gone by it. Sorry. When you really start looking carefully at what is the perfect curve, there's a matter of judgment. But I think over that length of distance, we have a meander that seems consistent with the language that you see in historic parks, whether it's Simons or Manning or Jensen, and it can be tested. Admittedly, when you work in curvilinear language, I would not draw this and ask the contractor to build it and come out here and hope it looked good. I think that we would lay it out on the ground with paint and ribbons and flags, and we would move it 3 feet here, 4 feet there. It's an art. It's an art. And I think that that's how a lot of those paths were done, whether it was Olmsted in Central Park or Manning out here in the Midwest. And that's the way I would approach it. You know, there's no hard solution on paper. I think this is a concept and a direction, and hopefully the language of form is convincing.
Thanks.
I'm almost done.
Go for it.
The
early.
overhead lighting is it staying the same that's there now? I mean, I know you're planning on adding some and removing others, but the materials and.
Correct. Yeah, we were, I think it's a nice light for the city, and you clearly have a standard there. If we didn't have a roadway, we wouldn't leave those larger scale lights, but they're compatible with the neighborhood and city. The low-level lighting is, I think, important to provide that second tier of safety for access to those important points and connections. And that, again, would be blended with planting and used or would employ materials that felt more natural.
And I know during your presentation, you mentioned this, and it was a concern to me when I was looking over the petition and preparing that there seems to be a lot of use of stone, you know, in pedestrian lighting, and bicycle racks, benches, trash, containers, drinking fountains, and I'm wondering how much thought has been given to using that amount of stone as to alternative materials. I mean, at some point I'm wondering, we're going to have stone sticking up everywhere, and if it begins to look like a, out of place or a cemetery or something, rather than what it originally was intended.
I think it's an important question, and a consideration that we've given a lot of time to, and will continue to do that. Again, for me, thinking about the historical reference compared to what's out there today, where there's this very diverse, off-the-shelf, ordinary furniture, and anything you selected from a catalog today, whether it was a historic reproduction or a Victorian bench like you have in Market Square, would be an off-the-shelf product. And I firmly believe that that you should not think about codifying your furniture in your park system. And some people think you should. I think each park has its own identity, and you're on the bluff. This is about as wild as you get along the lake for a public park. And when I think of being at the edge of a lake and maybe immersing myself in a landscape that has some connotation to a wild landscape, I don't think of wrought iron and steel. I think of something more organic. I think of wood. That's very comfortable. How do we hold the wood up? We could use steel, but again, that's more contemporary. We could use ornate wrought iron. That's high maintenance, and it's Victorian, and it's urban. So, you know, we moved to stone in a way, in two directions. And one was by default thinking, what's organic? What is going to feel like it blends in with the palette of the landscape? It's not black like wrought iron. It's a natural color. I think that because we have 3,200 feet of frontage, that we could lose 18 benches pretty easily, embedded in vegetation. Maybe 18 is too many. We have 11 today, so maybe we drop it down to 11. But I think that if we develop a language for a bench that employs stone and wood, we then would like to make that feel unique to the place. And I think that has an influence on other furnishings. It doesn't mean we couldn't use an off-the-shelf trash can if we absolutely had to, and we'd hide it with planting. But I think that there's an opportunity here to develop a language for this park. Whether or not Simons would do it or Jensen would do it, I think we all know stone is natural, durable, noble, and I think it can be done in a way which is rustic enough to fit into the site.
And Steve, I would add something to that, to expand that discussion to include the beach down below as well.
Mhm.
You know, I understand your point around, you know, standardization across parks, but, you know, I grew up a couple blocks from the park. I was a beach guard under its construction in '86, so I gave some people tickets on the top when they shouldn't have parked from out of town. I got in trouble down at the, you know, beach all the time as a 16-year-old. So I really like it, and I love the refurbishment of it, but I kind of equate the top of it to a living room and the bottom to a family room, and, you know, there's gonna be different furnitures and things, but it's all part of the same house, and I'm just wondering if, you know, I had the same thought on the stone, and I love the organic, but I'm just wondering how much integrity does there need to be between two sites, so it's not Stonehenge and, you know, something like
Yeah.
Ivanhoe up here and down below, it's another thing, you know, because I think that's important.
Any
Well,
other, I'm sorry, you're still answering.
There's,
Well, you know, I'll just jump in
do you
on the
want to,
back
should I
of his.
respond, or, go ahead. Do you wanna-
Is that I think too is that that with the stone, at least as how we're seeing it now, and maybe it's a little preliminary, but it has a distinctly contemporary look, at least to me. And so that in addition to it being, and I understand your desire to incorporate the organic, and in an arts and crafts kind of way, I think that's actually sort of a Lake Forest, you know, subculture in some respects. We've got some beautiful bridges out of that material. But I guess I'm concerned that these might look too contemporary, and then at the same time you say you don't want them to look off the shelf, they might start looking kind of off the shelf, you know. So I think that that's an issue that maybe we don't want to mix our metaphors, I think, if maybe we can look at it not in a non-material way. So as a point of direction, I'm trying to be of assistance here.
Well, can I
think.
ask you a question too? Did you ever research styles that O.C. Simons might have used? Because if we're looking at this as a cultural landscape and we're trying to rehabilitate a historic area, and I understand the natural park completely, but I'm just wondering if we're trying to restore the O.C. Simons plan
Sure.
as much as we can in the modern day. Did you ever look at styles that he might have used for benches?
I've looked at literature. In fact, there's a good report done by the Historic Preservation Advisory Committee that included an old photograph, which was not dated, but thought to be about the time of the early park. And it is a Victorian-esque bench, much like what you see at the bottom. To me, if we can take a material, because there's wood in those benches below, And if we carried that wood, and this is a departure. I had a lot of feedback last night on this issue, and I know this is probably one of the biggest issues. And I'm determined to explore it further. You'll notice in your booklet, there's a bench that was called contemporary. Although I think most of the furniture on top of the tableland is as contemporary as the stone bench I have in the hard copy. And we have gone and actually thought about another way to approach that, to lighten these up, to have air underneath them or plants that carry. And in this case, using stone at the ends to hold up wood, and then possibly adopting the same profile, which we know is very comfortable when you look at some of the benches in the park, that ergonomic quality of the early photograph bench, for instance, that Simon's maybe would approve of. I don't, they weren't in a plan, and it was never documented by the survey in 1911 that they existed. But I think it's a matter of interpreting what could be compatible with this landscape genre. And if things feel too heavy, then we would want to study this a little bit more before giving up on stone. I just think that it's going to feel more like it's part of the landscape and not off the shelf. And I think to avoid the off-the-shelf or modern concerns about the benches, it has to be weathered stone. It can't be quarried, cut stone. I mean, this drawing is intentionally to show a weathering stone that's been harvested or gathered. Our benches are not the same length. We're not doing 6 feet, 6 feet, 6 feet. We have 4 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet. Some benches in the park today are double benches, where you have about 12 or 14 feet of seating space. So we would want to emulate that and vary the widths and the location and even the height of that bench. So I'm hoping that we could create an opportunity to make this feel a little more inserted or integrated into the site. I just feel the Victorian knee-jerk solution is a missed opportunity, and it sort of brings the beach up to the bluff, and it brings Market Square to the tableland. So I think that there's an opportunity here to make something that's really more integral to the site.
These are sketches that you just
This
prepared
I
for
did as
this
a
evening. These weren't in our packet.
This is as a result of last night's
Okay.
conversation.
I see.
Just to talk a little bit about what's there now. If you've been down to the beach, and I'm sure all of you have, but I never really noticed until I actually went down there and started looking at the different benches. I want to say there's 3 or 4 different types of benches down there. There's 2-legged benches, 4-legged benches. You know, some are set in concrete, some are not set in concrete. There's 2 or 3 different types of bicycle racks, you know, mostly metal. You know, there doesn't seem to be any plan. And I think that's one of the things that Kathy referred to earlier. You know, one of the reasons for this master plan is so that we don't end up with the situation we have today, where there's not a plan on memorials, there's not a plan on the timing of memorials, how things get planted, you know, what people pay for memorials. There isn't a plan on what type of, if they needed another bike rack, they simply went out and got a bike rack, didn't match the last bike rack. You know, if somebody wanted to donate the bench, it's almost, they picked out the bench they want to donate. There wasn't a plan to how those benches would fit to what's there. So I think you make a good point, whether it's in our, you know, from our committees, what we felt is, you know, we wanted to make it special. We wanted to make it, we didn't necessarily feel it had to be like all the other parks in town, because we think that Forest Park is a special place and a special park. But our main goal was to make it uniform. And so as we add benches or we add trash receptacles or bike racks, we have a plan for it, and they all match.
So do you think the notion of doing some kind of organic form for this furniture at the top of the park is mutually exclusive to the concept of marrying it to the solution at the beach?
I'd like to think that when well designed and crafted, these are going to have a durability that'll outlast the benches that you have at the beach. I mean, my vision would be that this would become something that you could carry down to the beach in the future. I think that when I look at the way you've got to maintain, you've got a program of urethaning wood on the lake, which requires a lot of maintenance. I would probably propose an oiled or just a weathered wood. There's a program of painting and dealing with the rusting of the cast material. Whatever metal you use on the beach, unless it's stainless, it's going to be subject to a lot of corrosion. So I think the stone offers a real durable possibility, and I think ideally, you know, you might see that wander down someday.
Let me ask the question a little differently. I think the furniture that's on the beach is kind of a response to what we have around town in Market Square, et cetera, but it was, at the time that the beach was designed, it was deemed appropriate for, or compatible with, the major structures, the break wall, the paving along the water, and the pavilions, if you will. Those aren't going anywhere. So I do think that it would be relatively reasonable to have the solution at the top of the Belvedere or the Forest Park somehow compatible with the beach in terms of those major structures. I'm not saying that
Yeah.
we would, you know, look at the benches at the beach and say, well, you gotta use those benches because we used them down at the beach. I think the concept that Jim was talking about is you got a family room and a living room, and they should live together, they should work together, it should feel like the same house, extends to the landscaping, to the major structures, and yes, to the furniture, so that they should feel like they could be compatible in either place. They don't necessarily have to be the same. I got different furniture in my family room than in my living room. But I do think that at the end of the day, I don't want to feel like I'm, you know, if you ever go to Bryce Canyon and then you go to Zion, they're two completely different parks. They couldn't coexist next to each other.
Yeah.
They're just designed differently. One's Disneyland and one's the wilderness. And I think what we want to see at the top of, you know, as an ultimate solution, now we've diverted from questions and answers to deliberation. It's my own fault.
So should we vote on this?
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I think you get the point.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments for the
I have one more
presenter?
comment about
Sure.
that. I worry about its compatibility with the existing lantern, with the existing Lake Forest lantern. I don't feel that the stone necessarily works with the lanterns that we're keeping in place that are there right now. Does anyone else worry about that?
Well, you know, again, I think we should ask the questions and we can get to the deliberations, but I do think that we're all concerned about that. We're all concerned that there's, that whatever the solution here, we hear what you're saying. I think what you're saying is this can be its own solution. It doesn't have to have a consistency with what you see around town and other places. This is a park unto itself. That's a reasonable opinion for you to have. I'm not sure it's shared. So we're talking about that.
Yeah, the lanterns are there to stay, so, you know, they have to sort of coexist.
Yeah, I think, you know, your lanterns are all through the city, so I think that to me allows those to be looked at in a more benign way. And the lanterns are to the west of the road, or primarily our seating would be to the east of the road. So, and, you know, maybe we avoid having them adjacent, although I think with the color of the stem on your cast lanterns, it's not that far off from the tone of the natural stone that's weathered.
Yeah. Well, I promise you, we'll get to Kathy's checklist. You know, I think what you're starting to get is a flavor for some of the hot buttons.
Sure.
I think there's a number of issues in this plan that, you know, we're starting to get comfortable with, and it obviously, it's always good when we get down to the level of the details, because that means that we've hopefully, you know, not talking about the big picture so much, but I still think that we're seeing the path as some sticking points, and the furniture and the lighting as some sticking points. So let's keep asking the questions.
I had a question for Ralph or Steve or maybe Cliff. I'm not an arborist by any means. I used to play touch football on the northern part of the park, so I really appreciate the thinning out of trees and putting together a plan and things. But could you just talk a little bit about the rationalization process of the trees and which ones, you said there's going to be 100 or so added, and some taken out, and just in general how you approached it, and you know, how much space was open versus keeping trees, and, you know, just the trade-offs that you made. I think that's
Right.
important
Can I
to
just follow
understand.
up on that? I just wanted to, I had a question about the same thing. In terms of your open spaces and your forested areas, did you look to Simon's plan to follow his rhythm that he had established?
There's some similarities. I think that the Simon's plan, when that roadway was laid out and the plan was done, there was much more native forest. In fact, this whole northern end was canopy, native oak upland. That to me would not probably make a lot of sense today, creating a third of the open space as a forest in I think, a very functional open lawn situation. So there are some areas within this plan that are open. All parks have it. It makes it what makes them function and breathe and have a space defined. And our rationale was to really look at this center space, which is pretty iconic. You can see these photos below. We're talking about some pretty minor changes. I know when you see 38 trees removed, it sounds like a lot, but that includes about 8 or 10 small crab apples that are not native trees that are currently shielding a parking lot. It includes some Norway maples and some spruce in decline. We really targeted plants that are in poor condition or the wrong species. We have some non-native, what I would call exotic-looking trees, some purple leaf trees that ideally are really not compatible with the mostly native direction that we think this park should take. And they're movable. And some of them were donated, and we could approach a donor and say, would you like your tree back? Or maybe we find a place in the park where it isn't front and center. But there are only a few of those trees that we're concerned about. At the northern end, there's quite a few. I think I have the existing. No, I think you have it in your packet. Yeah, I eliminated the existing tree diagram in an effort to hit the time. But there's quite a few, there's probably 6 or 8 trees at this end that are all movable. There's, in addition to the crabs along the side, there are a few hawthorn that we'd like to work around. That's been a hot button. We know Jensen and O.C. Simons love hawthorns, and there's some beautiful specimens, so we need to be careful around those. There's been some concern about touching them and limbing them, so we can work around them. At the southern end, we're doing very little, as I mentioned. There's probably half a dozen trees at that center that need to be looked at, either pruned or removed. But the net effect is that we're planting about 100 or plus trees to reinforce the canopy.
And did you try to align the open spaces with the views along the bluff? Was there any intention? Because you think about Simons and how he
Yeah.
was designing that, and you drive along, and there occasionally would be open spots.
Right.
But also from Lake Road, as you're driving, you'd have those little views. If you don't allow align those, you're not going to have the view. Did you think about that?
What primarily affects the view from Lake Road is understory or shrubs that would occur along Lake Road. There's no evidence that it ever existed. We're not proposing that occur. Any low shrub layer is proposed along the bluff. So we are, again, maybe I just point out those key areas in the view shed diagram.
Yeah.
Which way am I going? Am I going the right direction? Yeah. This open space coincides with that major. That's probably your biggest view. That's your 100% view. There's a view at the top of the stair that happens to align with Spring Lane. It currently is not completely open. We don't think it should be completely open, but we'd like to get a little more sense of that water. You can see we're planting quite a few trees here and here to shape that space. They wouldn't impact that view. You can see we're planting trees here. We're not concerned about a view here because we're protecting that. I mean, what's important about a view is that actually it's framed by vegetation that has some density. There's a zone along here that's 300 or 400 feet long where we're not proposing to do anything radical to that vegetation. And there's, in the winter months, great views. We'd like to do a little bit of thinning here off of Spring Lane. It's currently fairly well plugged up. We imagine that would be sort of on the order of that type of clearing as opposed to this. I actually think this is too open. I can imagine being there on an August afternoon and getting a sunburn on the back of your neck in about 5 minutes. So we're proposing actually some canopy around that opening that will not affect the view, because if the canopy is high enough, you look under the trees. So that's another important consideration. At the north, the views exist. These are easy. These are kind of, they exist, and it's just a matter of identifying them as something that should be maintained over time.
So you didn't necessarily follow Simon's plans, you just,
Well, Simon's didn't have view sheds drawn.
Oh.
And Simon's had primarily, and I'll go back to the plan. There was no direction on the plan about important views. I think you could
okay.
use an educated guess about where one had views, and you can see that in the center of the park. That's fairly open right there. There's a smattering of what looks like some existing trees there. Most of those are not there today, except for a couple of large oaks. The edge of bluff is uniformly represented by a shrub layer with occasional trees mentioned, but there's no obvious notation towards a desired view. I think what makes most sense today is to be out there and understand where the views are, working with the trees you have, and to not recreate a view unnecessarily if you've already got great views. So I think we're not incompatible with this plan.
you know, I have another question about the walkway, too. Because I understand the need for the safety, for separating the cars from the pedestrians. But one thing what I was concerned about was you would not have that year-round because of the material you're choosing. I think you made a comment in the packet that you wouldn't be plowing it. So in the winter, when, you know, safety is probably of the most concern, you're putting the pedestrians back on the roadway. And so just wondering, you know, I think it would be important if you're going to make that decision to keep
Sure.
it safe, to make it year-round. So would that change your materials in any way?
I have something to show you.
City of Lake Forest currently plows my grass every winter.
Yeah, they do, they do. And I thank them for it.
Certainly in the winter, there's less road traffic.
Stephen, could you pick up that microphone right behind you? And you can pull it off and walk with it.
Thanks, we have listeners at home, so.
There's less road traffic in the winter, but needless to say, I think if the city is prepared to do that type of plowing to open up those paths, there's a product, I don't know if this is working, but this is a product that's more stable than the granular path. It's actually made in Wausau, Wisconsin. And it's a polymer wax product that's mixed with gravel of any kind you choose. And it compacts really well. It's activated by rolling. It's being used for bridle paths down in Cooks County. There's about a mile of it installed. It's been used for driveways. It is plowable. I don't have direct experience with it, to be honest, but I think this is an option we could look at. The other option is to do what we're proposing with the road. Do a chip seal solution if people can't be convinced by a more
Is that
granular.
permeable?
Slightly, not like the stabilizer granular.
It's really natural, it's like
Yeah,
dirt.
it does, yeah. And it's put down in about a 4-inch layer, so it's quite dense. Okay.
But slightly permeable.
At least you didn't need it.
Kathy, I have another question about the passivity of the park, the passive, because I know that's the first key element you have in your report. And we did bring that up at the last meeting about how everyone values this as a passive park. Do we have to, as part of our historic designation as this park, do we have to specify that in our designation?
I would expect that the master plan is going to speak to that. I think that the Forest Park project team does have a vision, and I would think that that would probably be at the front end of the master plan, so it will be part of what you would be looking at as a recommendation.
Okay.
Clearly, it's always been a passive park, and would be our intention to make that part of our master plan, is that it would maintain being a master park on, a
Right,
passive park.
and I'm just, you know, I'm thinking in terms of how we consider it historic, that's part of the character, that it is passive, and
Yes.
that's, you know, part of our
Yeah,
deliberation.
we would absolutely agree with that.
Okay. Okay.
Could you go back to that view corridor diagram that I thought was so useful in the packet? Yeah, that one there is, currently, if I'm not mistaken, in the summer, particularly when you go down Spring Road, particularly because it has that 90-degree turn, that's just really a non-event there. You really don't have any idea you're coming up to Lake Michigan there, and it's always been kind of a irritating almost. And actually, back in the day when you could drive both ways on this ring road, and even now you have to do it by foot unless you want to drive the wrong way, but that entry at the north and that serpentine path and the associated vistas right there, gosh, that's so heavily loaded with all that kind of infinity suggesting curving river bend view out of the lake. It's just, you know, what a way to enter a park. I mean, it almost makes you wonder if you should flip the traffic flow. If you were going to be parking on the right side, on the west side of the street, that's the natural way to parallel park almost. And not only that, when you're getting near the entry to the park in the summer and you can't go down because the lot's full, you have to go all the way down Lake and then come back again, and then maybe you decide to take a loop around the park just to see the water, you know. And I'm wondering, are we close enough there that if the park's full, a guard can just say you can't come in, and at least you can peel off and drive through the park?
But you make an interesting point, and it's one of the things that we're continuing to look at is possibly reversing the traffic. There are some great view sheds if you come in on the north side of the road. It also takes away from that. We think there is it's kind of a tricky corner there on the north side with the traffic going down to
Yeah,
the beach
yeah.
and trying to make a right turn or left turn. So we've actually looked at the view sheds coming in from the north and reversing the traffic. Actually, I drove it the other day illegally just to take a look at it. We encouraged all our board members. So if you see people driving the wrong way, we've asked for special dispensation from the city. But it is interesting to look at those view sheds from the north. And it is, I mean, I would absolutely agree with you. That Spring Lane, it's a shame that you get that close to the lake and you can't see it.
Yeah.
So,
In fact, isn't there in the human psychology, is it right to left or left to right that's more exciting? I mean, you guys do use that device all the time. Maybe Cliff knows. I mean, even painters will put that into paintings. If you create movement of the eye from one direction to the next, it's more appreciated by the human mind than the other way. So it might even be that that's working into the north side entry as well. Because you sweep to the right as you pull in, and then
Right.
not only that, your moonrise is always going to be south of the park by virtue of where we are. So we'll be able to actually see more than we have now.
I have two quick comments, if I may. We agree that the northern alignment is much more dynamic and engaging, and Spring Lane is a disappointment. Your packet has a photograph here that is the existing Spring Lane blocked view. And my concern, I do have a concern about reversing the road. However, it is going to be ideally in this alignment. You could drive it either way. You could decide one year it's one way, the next year it's the other. Maybe not alternating years. But,
every other month.
yeah, that could make it interesting. But
We would argue over which years, I think, would be.
I tried that with the bedrooms
So
of my
there's
brother.
nothing physically about the layout of the road that would disallow you reversing that in the future. I'm a little nervous about the institutional memory of coming in from right to left. Traditionally, there's a stronger case for dropping off on the right, if you're dropping off somebody at the landing or picking up. So I think the right to left maneuver functions a little bit better from that point of view. I don't think we can recreate the beauty of what happens at the north necessarily, but at Spring Lane, we sure think we can improve upon both the alignment. When you see there's a belly being suggested in that curve and a view shed being also suggested. So we'd like to think we could get somewhere towards what we have in the north if we did that alignment adjustment.
Might add something to that.
Please, thanks, Fred. Go ahead.
As an interesting idea, reversing the traffic, but just two comments. One would be that you would have to have all the cars pass through the park to get to the parking, where in the present arrangement, you divest the park, a lot of cars from the park by getting them parked first, without having to have gone through the park to get to a parking lot. Second, you made the point about drop-off on the right for people at the landing, and I think that's a good point. The other would be that guests who might be being taken to the park from out of town to see the view of the lake would be inboard, and blocked by the driver to get the best view that they're going to the right. But other good points were made, you know, that.
Yeah.
Well, the big thing out of this is that if we could recreate that on the south side, and by being bold enough to not be afraid to cut some views open, I mean, I think there's a great hesitation on everyone's part to take out anything green in this town. And I think in this particular location, that lake is as much of a valuable asset as every leaf that we may have too, so.
And not being timid with the sweep either. I mean, that
Yeah,
might start.
I mean,
a little
is there
sooner.
a reason, I mean,
I think they're
so-
avoiding a tree on.
Are they?
Yeah, to not
No,
start
well,
the turn
it's
first.
both. I think the driving experience of the sweep is desirable, and it's lacking today. So I think that we are avoiding a tree, but if we don't do anything, we're also avoiding a tree.
Yes.
We are actually impacting I think it's a Camperdown elm on the right-hand side that's not really that compatible, a tree with the park. And so we didn't think, and the city didn't think that would be a huge sacrifice.
All right, I'm
I
anxious.
have one more
One
question.
more, I'm
Okay,
done. All right, the
Just
one
one more
more is
question, because
got
I
it.
know we haven't touched on this yet.
Go for
So I just was wondering, what are your plans for using the Belvedere? Is that going to be turned into anything, bathrooms? I mean, it's just kind of sitting there in the...
Okay, our current design is not elaborating on the Belvedere beyond simply patching and repairing the damaged treads. We thought about it early on, and we explored some options that were widening the top of the stair. It's quite narrow, but there is a historical, I think, significance to that. There's a graduated layout of that if you look at how it starts narrow and ends up broad. I think we could enlarge it a little bit, to be honest. It would be safer and easier to maneuver, but the current plan is to just simply repair it in its current layout.
So that building on that mid-level, I think there were bathrooms at some time. Are you going to take out that building, or are you just going to...
I think the
Okay.
use as a bathroom would be a real challenge with accessibility.
But I'm just wondering, do you have any plans for
yeah.
that? I mean, is it just going to be an abandoned building?
We haven't been
that's in there?
charged to study it, but it's ripe for, I think, opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah,
huge.
It is.
Okay.
It's a separate project. I mean, it is. There's a lot of, I
Yeah,
mean, that
because you could
would,
use it for some great things,
Yeah,
even if you, I
it's
don't
a-
know. I mean, the
yeah,
building's probably historic, but even
underutilized.
if you got rid of
Yeah.
it, just that platform could be really...
underutilized.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
All right, Fred.
One last question,
Thanks.
back to the pathway topic, and that is, when we had the proposed alignment of the road chalked in some weeks or months ago, I forget the time, but when we could go out there on a weekend and see the proposed alignment of it, I was concerned that there was a sufficient distance between the new road and the bluff edge to get the pathway in with an independent identity and not too close to the road that it looked crowded
Yeah,
at some locations, not uniformly. And I was at the north end
yeah,
when I had that concern, where I tried to visualize what a pathway would be like, even a 5-foot wide pathway, and it looked to me in places like it might be 2 feet from the road, which I thought would be very, very unsatisfactory.
yeah.
But I think I heard in your presentation tonight that it's a minimum of 5 feet, and it gets to be a larger distance. So perhaps the road has moved since that time, or perhaps I wasn't seeing
That's correct.
things
I think there
accurately.
are a couple of factors at play. The city did a great job mobilizing and trying to represent the path or the roadway. But it wasn't surveyed in the way it would typically be surveyed in, which would take a lot of time and a lot of money. But I think it was done in a way that gave us a good sense of the general location and movement and alignment. We did shift it back a little bit to gain the 5 feet. And I think as a result, we have a minimum buffer there.
Thank you.
All right, so I think that we'll take a break, give you guys a minute to sit down and rest, and we'll take this opportunity for public testimony. So if folks want to come on up and introduce yourself, and please jump right in. Come on up, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of the Historic Preservation Commission. I promise I will take less than 5 minutes. My name is Basil Falcone. My wife and I live at 930 Lake Road, residence for 45 years. And given the time constraints allowed each speaker, I will not reiterate the points a number of my fellow residents will intend to articulate relating to the Forest Park project. I therefore simply intend to provide you with an overview of 4 points. Number one, and this is a reiteration of having this discussion with the City Council 2 years ago. Forest Park is de facto an historical site, as records will indicate, and located in the East Lake Forest Historic Preservation District. Number two, any changes, therefore, to such site, landscape or otherwise, must comply with strict historical preservation, restoration standards, and ordinances. That clearly means not renovations, enhancements, changes, etc., that would conflict with such ordinances. I have a copy of 10 criteria from the Historic Preservation Ordinances, which I could submit to the Historic Preservation Commission for review, which I did 2 years ago, almost to the date, to the various individuals at City Council, Ms. Van Arsdale, Mr. Gesualdo. Number three, currently the present, and kindly take this remark that I'm about to make as not being contentious as it relates to some of the members who have here that are present who have done an outstanding job in their efforts to really make this a very meaningful plan for this community, okay? Number three, currently the present landscape architectural plans for Forest Park provided by the Stimson Group, although beautifully and professionally presented, and I must commend Mr. Stimson, Harvard graduate, landscape architect, highly respected. But this particular plan, to a large degree, represents contemporary design deviations which would conflict in various degrees with the historical and preservation standards and ordinances as these relate to Forest Park. 4, therefore, in conclusion, we urge you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, that you, the Lake Forest Garden Club, the Stimson Group, adhere to the respective design standards and strict ordinances as these relate to the historical preservation design project of Forest Park. I will make one more comment, and I will thank you for allowing me the time to articulate some of these points. One point, and then I'll leave. In your March 21st, got it here, staff overview, if you go to page 2, under Commission's role, Historical Preservation Commission's role, if you go to the 4th paragraph, you will see that the Commission's role is to assure that the plan, 1, preserves the historic and distinct overall character of Forest Park and the Historic District. 2, protects distinctive materials, features, spaces, and spatial relationships. 3, updates and improves the park with a light touch, period. quote unquote. Many have voiced support for improvement of Forest Park, but in a subtle way that does not result in jarring visual changes. I'm not a landscape architect, either contemporary, historic preservation, in that particular persuasion. I urge you to confer with those that are specialists as it relates to the historic preservation landscape architectural space, okay, in your final decision-making. Bottom line, there seems to be almost unanimous agreement that Forest Park needs care, updating and enhancement, but people clearly treasure the park today despite its flaws. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Public testimony, comments? Please come on up. Thank you.
My name is Sandy Gannon. I live at 650 Northmore Road. See if I can read my notes. I've been scribbling while this presentation was going on. There isn't enough time, and there's so many issues, some of which were outlined. I'd like to send you a written response to some of these. It makes a lot more sense. There isn't time to cover them. Mr. Preschlack, you mentioned, I think in one of the previous meetings, that you would like to see a comprehensive plan involving the bluff, the ravines, the beach. I couldn't agree with you more. That's what's really needed. What we have here is a conceptual construction plan for the tableland at the moment. That's all that was asked to be at this point. But I think that's what we need. So all these issues, and they are interrelated, just like the land itself is, can be dealt with. And you don't end up doing one thing which has a negative impact on another aspect. Let me see. Just to give an overview, I think the modernist, minimalist approach of Stephen Stimson, and look at his website, some nice projects there. I think in this instance, it smothers the naturalistic, less is more approach of O.C. Simons. For example, eyeballing it, we've doubled the hardscape just by the pathways that are added to the site. Some of them, I think, are intrusive. One would be the one that extends north into the woods. What's nice now, except for the wood chips that are there, but you can walk over the terrain. You're not being guided, constrained by a footpath. That seems more like a city park. It's imposing on this site when it's supposed to be naturalistic, relaxing, passive. I think the same thing for the path extension on the west side that goes through the woods and in the south to the south parking lot. All of a sudden, that lovely little picnic area is surrounded on both sides by pedestrians path. You're sort of in a median strip of a pedestrian way. The path along the bluff, someone described it as a new scar at the bluff edge. That stuck in my mind as a visual scar. The tableland now is getting very busy along the edge of the bluff with horizontal bands, spacing, path, more spacing, vegetation, the roadway. That really is visually detracting from the simple experience of going on that road, seeing the vegetation, and looking out in the vista of the lake. I think that's being overdone. The stacked flat stone seating, low walls, and picnic tables are inappropriate in both form and material. The hard geometric form would never be used by O.C. Simons. And the stone is disrespectful of this unique topography. The earthen bluffs from Winnetka to North Shore have no stone outcroppings. That's a unique piece of land. It's not the New England coast or Lake Superior where rock would be very appropriate to bring in some furnishings for the site. Not here. I think that stone wall seating is imposed in this site. It fights what should be the visible, passive nature of this particular park. One last item. Some time ago, I think Kathy Zerniak made a statement that our ordinance, the steep slope ordinance, only applies to habitable structures. As I read it, I didn't see that was supported by the language in the zoning chapter. Section 46.2, rules and definitions. One of the rules is, and I quote, "The word building includes all structures of every kind regardless of similarity to buildings." And under definitions 104, structure is anything constructed or erected, the use of which requires more or less permanent location on the ground, or which is attached to something having a permanent location in the ground. Section 46.15, steep slopes, is quite clear that it applies equally to both public and private property, and no structure or building foundation be located within 75 feet of the bluff edge, and that all construction activity, i.e., and I quote, grading, excavating, filling, terracing, tree removal, occur at least 50 feet from the bluff edge. Ken Magnus, a retired Lake Forest city engineer, made it quite clear during public meetings in 2010 that if the ring road were reconfigured, it would have to be located at least 75 feet from the edge of the bluff. The proposed partial relocation of the ring road, new pedestrian path along the bluff edge, and stone wall seating between the road and path all would require permanent foundations and construction activity within the prohibited zone. How does this get through city staff approval? I'd really like to have that explained. And also, if this project is executed and constructed as proposed, being in violation, as I read it, of the steep slope ordinance, would not that open the door to potential litigation? And Lord knows that's the last thing any of us want. Also, it would be a terrible precedent for any private property owners who wish to construct within that zone at this time. The city's done it, you did it on your public property, why can't I? Lots of problems. I think that maybe we should take a lesson from the medical community, and one of their sayings directed to doctors: first, do no harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Please come on up. Why don't we do that one minute? Oh, it's, please, Virginia. She got her hand up first.
I'm on the other side.
Nice to
I'm
see you.
Virginia McTeer. I live at 975 Kirk Hill Lane, and I hadn't planned to say anything tonight, but I think, Kathy, you're so articulate always, and I think people should compliment the process that this has gone through. I went to the first meeting, I think it was at Dickinson Hall, when the Garden Club presented this, the Lake Forest Garden Club presented this, and so much has been done in the past few years, and you've all worked together. I mean, you've got the Park and Recreation Center, and you've got the residents. I do think that so much has happened that's been wonderful for the residents, because when you first came to the meeting here that I attended, there so many irate residents were here. But I think you've all worked together, and I think your plan is marvelous. So I just want to compliment you. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please. Next.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
No.
Oh.
Can you hear me now? Yes? Louder. Sorry, excuse me. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Leon Falcone, and I live at 930 Lake Road. And I am in this park so much that yesterday the policeman said, "Good morning, doing your usual rounds?" And this morning, when I went for a look at the park, it was such a perfect morning, and as I pulled up to Deerpath, there was this shiny little MG tootling around the corner of the ring road, and it looked just like a movie from the 1950s. It was a gorgeous sight. I love this park. It's the only park like it north of Chicago, and while the English might refer to it as being shabbily respectable, there is still a great deal of beauty in it. When I returned to the park and pulled in backwards into the central parking lot to enjoy the view of the lake as I have done often, and I want to continue to be able to do that, if this modernist's plan goes through, I shall only be able to park facing north instead of perpendicular. As few youngies can afford to move into Lake Forest, we are generally an ageing population, and those that do not have handicap stickers will have to walk from the south parking lot to the central stairs in order to enjoy the same view, and that will restrict the use of the park. Therefore, I want to request to you that the central parking remain. I want to see and meet up with the Chris's of the world and talk about the park as I've done for the last 2.5 years. The central parking lot is a meeting point. Why we are being shown these footpaths along the lake that interrupts our shady views and our connections with others. Why does it start at Indian Point, that possibly sacred point at the far north end, where one can enjoy the view up north over the lake and along the south beach? It makes me feel like I'm standing where the Indians stood hundreds of years ago. I won't have that feel if the park is modernized. And how many of our glorious trees will be cut down in order to facilitate these enormous vistas that are proposed? Perhaps I should ask, is there even going to be any trees left along the bluff and the edge of the bluff before Mr. Stimson and the city is through? This draft even shows a 7-foot wide footpath through the only woods into the smaller parking lot. These woods are filled with wildflowers, and if disturbed, may take years to come back, if ever. And finally, I want to ask the HPC that there be a true master plan in place before Forest Park, before anything else is done in the park, and that true master plan be made public so that we may finally have transparency. That way, Mr. Stimson and the city will hopefully destroy fewer trees and historic areas, and each of us will know what the other is doing. And personally, I would just simply like to see it cleaned up and maintained properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Thanks.
My name is John Drummond, and I live at 410 Woodland in Lake Forest. There are a lot of things I'd like to talk about, but I'm going to try to get focused on just a few. I'm a retired architect, so I share a lot of the sensitivity, and I really have to say I think your questions were really well stated tonight. I want to compliment the Garden Club and Mr. Stimson for the effort that's been put forward, and particularly to Ralph Gesualdo, who's had tremendous patience with all of us. And I want to say, as an architect, I do believe that this park does need updating, but I think that we're going in the wrong direction here. I want to talk about 3 things: parking, the proposed pathways, and my opinion of the overall aesthetic of the proposal. First of all, today we have a total of 64 spaces in the upper Tableland Park. There are 20 on the ring road. I counted them today. I didn't see 22, I saw 20, unless there's 2 that I'm missing. There's 44 in the south lot for a total of 64 spaces, 2 handicap spaces. Tomorrow in this plan, we'll have 26. So we'll have 38 fewer spaces in the upper park, 38 fewer. This is a 60% reduction in parking in the upper park, and I believe this is not workable for the future. It's inconsiderate of the general public's need, especially seniors and handicapped citizens of Lake Forest. On the walking paths, as I have measured from the plan, scaled it off, and this is a rough estimate, but reasonably accurate, about 2,200 feet of new, 2,200 lineal feet of new pathways will be added to the park, described as granular surface I'm assuming about an average of 7 feet, because they said 6 to 9. That's over 16,000 square feet of semi-hard surface added to the park. That's a lot of surface. And this is a park that's considered historically pastoral, not an urban park, not Central Park in New York. This is a pastoral park. It's a romantic 19th century pastoral park, of which about 1/3 of this new pathway will be added between the ring road and the bluff's edge, according to the design. I believe this is not practical for the following reasons. A, it will be difficult to manage this soft surface, particularly for handicapped people, wheelchairs, etc., and eventually it'll be proposed to asphalt it over. And how can you control that fact, or that likelihood? It cannot be easily plowed for winter walking, so that all the winter months it will be unusable. And if you do plow it, you have to use snow markers, because no one could follow all the curvature with a plow. You'd be riding off into the grass, and that'll be torn up. There's an increase in park maintenance, which needs to be considered here. Maintaining these paths. I have a farm out in McHenry County, and I love this kind of idea. I mean, I think it's great, but I spend a lot of money on my gravel driveways, and I know people in Lake Forest love gravel driveways. I do too, but it's expensive to maintain. It will require additional park furniture along this path, such as trash containers, signs, lights, etc. This is all additional cost and maintenance. It will likely be paved, as I said, in a few years, and it requires a slight but expensive ring road relocation and narrowing in order to fit the path adjacent to the bluff's edge. And finally, I think the paths are not consistent with the historic O.C. Simons Forest Park Plan of 1896, which has been essentially unchanged for over 100 years. That's remarkable that this plan has had so few modifications in 100 years. It's actually a testimony to the beauty of the plan. And finally, I'd like to comment on the overall aesthetic of the plan. Am I out of time?
Please finish.
I think the plan is too busy. I think there's too much hard surface. I think there's not enough, number two, not enough historic in nature. Keep it simple. 3, too contemporary in style and too corporate in feeling. Please do not urbanize this park. 4, it's expensive to implement and very expensive to maintain. 5, does not address the master plan needs of the entire Forest Park, which is your point, and I agree with you entirely. I think if you're going to have a master plan, let's make it comprehensive for the whole park, including the beach area, and more specific ideas about the bluff and the maintenance of the bluff, including the Belvedere, which I think is a big conversation. There's no design guidelines for the future of the entire park, and it will likely be changed if these are not included. And finally, I think it has not been, although it's perceived, and I know people have worked hard, it has not been fully vetted by the public. This is a new concept since the last plan that was presented, where the ring road was eliminated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, I think you had your hand up first. It's a race. I'll get you all though, please.
My name is Winnie Crawford, and I live at 676 Lake Road, directly across the street from Forest Park. First of all, my husband Bob and I are most impressed and grateful for the dedication and time so many have given to this project, and feel very comfortable with the direction of the plan. The committees and people involved have encouraged feedback from the very beginning of the project. We have done just that on numerous occasions by phone or in person. We have been impressed with the timely and appropriate responses. That being said, my concern is that there has been a great deal of negative and misleading information floating around town from the very start of this project. And rather than questioning it, people are accepting it, passing it on to their friends and neighbors. I would encourage people here tonight or watching to think twice about drawing conclusions and finding out firsthand from those directly involved by picking up the phone or making an appointment, as Bob and I did numerous times. Second of all, I would like to comment about the safety issue of walking in the park. By living directly across the street from the park, we see all sorts of driving styles, some of which we would consider very dangerous, and on occasion have been in touch with the police department. I came very close to being hit by a car. Bob mentioned that last night. And have to say that taking a walk there now is not nearly as peaceful as after having that experience. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Neva Ganan, 650 Northmore, and I want to get a couple of comments on tonight's proceedings, and then I had prepared some thoughts. The 3 high-use days that were mentioned today, peak days, are peak days for boat owners as well as for users of the tableland. Therefore, using either for parking negates the other. This opening of 3 room spaces is a formal conceit. It's not one that I would believe that Simons would use. As far as donor plaques go, a limited lifespan? Why would residents continue to make memorial donations if they know their loved ones are going to die twice? Once in real life and again in the park. We meander through our memories. As for a memorial wall of plaques, this is not a columbarium. It's not the Vietnam Memorial. We don't want to stick it at the south end of the park. One of the charms at present of Forest Park is that memorial trees and their plaques are specific to the memory of specific individuals and their particular favorite type of tree or shrub or an experience with them. This should not be a big box store attitude toward memorials. Now, for what I had written previously. O.C. Simons was a very sophisticated but humble man. He was not a rustic. He was not rusticated. Neither are most Lake Forest residents. I want to share with you several excerpts from the University of Michigan School of Natural Resources and Environment publications regarding the works of O.C. Simons. At Graceland Cemetery, and I always think of Joy Morton and thinking of Simons, but not at Graceland, Simons used thickets of native shrubs and trees with gently sculpted landforms and water to make Graceland a quiet, restful image of Midwestern landscape. Another is Simons became so well known for his naturalistic designs that Chicago's wealthiest families demanded his services to design naturalistic grounds for their estates, and that's true here in town as well. I did give you a 3-page excerpt of, and I didn't bring it to show because it couldn't be seen by those at home, a timeline of the architects, landscape architects who worked here in town. O.C. Simons and Jens Jensen are often clumped together, as both are considered prairie-style landscape architects, although Simons preferred to be called a landscape artist. But let me be clear, O.C. Simons is not Jens Jensen. Jensen's work is about rocks and grasses. Simon's work is about water, trees, shrubs, and vistas. Simons did not limb up trees. Jensen did. Stimson wants to. Mr. Stimson's plan will destroy a rare example of O.C. Simon's landscape artistry, Forest Park, in one of the most rare ecosystems in the world, our bluffs on Lake Michigan, which have no rocky outcroppings. Stimson wants to place layered limestone on our bluff and tableland, a signature of Jens Jensen. Why? Simon's jewel, Forest Park, has many facets. Changing one facet of Simon's design alters the entire jewel. Yes, our Forest Park needs to be cleaned up and polished. It does not need to be reset. Simon's plan as presented is the framework for the destruction of a plan which has worked for over 110 years. Why is this even being considered? Cui bono? Who benefits by it? Certainly not the residents of Lake Forest. Not now, not in the future. History will judge the city of Lake Forest poorly if this plan is accepted, thereby destroying Simon's plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, ma'am.
Hi, Jan Gibson, 59 East Franklin Place. I just have 4 short points. As a preservationist, I'd like you to take a look again at the National Register District and just question about moving a road that has existed that long. And just looking at the plan again, I mean, it looks as if that O.C. Simons Road really did exist then, it exists now with just very few changes, and I just don't know whether that affects the standing. As a resident and taxpayer, I almost need Al Glover here with me, if some of you know him. I really don't want to pay for moving a road and at our expense, and I doubt if the fundraising for the Garden Club Forest Park project will want to pay for the infrastructure. And the more I hear about the moving of the road, the more I realize that there's going to have to be quite a bit of infrastructure underneath that to set it. So, Al, I need your help on this one. The third point is the amenities, and this is, I'm sorry it's going to be repetitive, but I still think it's too modern in terms of the design. I think the rustic stonework doesn't work here at all. It's very heavy. I've sailed for 40 years in the southern part of Lake Michigan and northern part, but I have not seen any stonework like this ever along the southern shores. This belongs, I think, somewhere in Maine or someplace else where you have the rocky coast. And my fourth point, really just recommendations. I think that we really just need to fix the road. I don't think it's really been fixed since I've lived here, and I've lived here for about 17 years. The grooves along the indentions you saw today, I just think it needs to be repaired, restored, and leave the road where it is. I think the benches need to be in keeping with the park. I think the living rooms, you know, from the upstairs, from the table to the they need to coordinate in some way. And I did see a photo at one point of the time period, I think it was mentioned tonight, of there was a bench showing. It may not be the best bench, but more Victorian, and it seems to be more in keeping with the property. One thing I would do is take away those ugly concrete pads under the benches. I think that came along somewhere, and I saw them, and I thought, oh my, they're way too institutional. I would remove those. And I think the car park at the top of the Belvedere, for people who need extra parking, I think they're not all filled all the time. Use some screening around it. Don't use the crab trees, but use something that works around it so you don't see it from from Lake Road. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
My name is Tom Swarthout, 987 Maplewood Road, Lake Forest, Illinois. A couple comments. One, I don't know what O.C. Simons was thinking 100 years ago. I'm really sure, though, he did not imagine that a 16-year-old Jim Preschlack would be in charge of his property. He would have been horrified. Another smart aleck comment. I don't know who's crazier. Those who would be opposed to the plan and spend hours and hours pointing out some of the deficiencies, or those who are on the committee who are trying to improve the park. I've been a part of that committee. I have to tell you, I admire the 50-odd people who have been a part of trying to make a ordinary park great, and I think those people deserve a lot of respect and admiration, and they certainly have mine. And I'm going home. Good night.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Don't know how to do this.
Okay.
One thing Forest Park is teaching me is powerful.
Please, Robin, could you introduce yourself and for the folks at home too, thanks. And Kathy, we do need to stick to our time frame too, please. No, that's not a problem. I just.
I don't necessarily need those, but those were, I knew that I had views to your question, Ms. Athenson. My name is Rami Lopat. I live at 410 East Woodland Road. I couldn't quite choose between specific questions about this plan or more broader questions about this plan. So I'm going with broad, but I brought questions for the record that are more specific. It should go without saying that in reviewing this concept plan for historic Forest Park, the city needs to follow its own ordinances and guidelines. But just to be sure, I want to reiterate some city rules that are obvious and some that have yet to be reviewed. I did hear in the staff report, and I just want to be clear that it said the HPC is charged with balancing various interests. I don't think that's true. I thought your job was to uphold the ordinance and its requirements and not solve people's problems much as you'd like to. So I would like clarification of that. But now back to the main menu. Oh, that's looking good. As I said, this concept plan must strictly conform to the Lake Forest's Historic Preservation Ordinance, which among other things says not to alter any distinguishing characteristic of a historic site and to preserve natural resources. It even requires HPC to review land-altering activities, such as scraping, leveling, and compacting soil. I think all of that's going to be very, very difficult to do without any accompanying text. So I'm looking forward to a larger document. Second, this concept plan should conform to cultural landscape guidelines for National Register properties. Among other things, the guidelines say, quote, that new additions for new uses may seem essential, but should be avoided and considered only after a thorough evaluation of alternative solutions. We in the public have not seen those alternative solutions, so we don't know how they have been evaluated. The cultural landscapes also says planners should take the least degree of intervention possible, and the guidelines call for cities to make a clear choice among preservation treatments: preservation, reconstruction, restoration, and rehabilitation.
Words in this concept plan, such as respecting the historical character of the park, is not a recognized preservation treatment. We need you to make that call ASAP. I wish it had been done a few years ago. Fourth, this concept plan should conform to the city's tree ordinance, Chapter 42, which mandates the preservation of historic streetscapes and creates a $700 violation for every 100 square feet of trees removed. Even a single tree needs a plant. Fifth, this concept plan should conform to Lake Forest's Guide to Protecting Ravines and Bluffs. Sixth, this concept plan should conform to another Lake Forest brochure, Guidelines for Residential Development. 7, this concept plan should conform to the city's own website, which over and over conveys its respect for our natural beauty and for preserving historic landscapes. 8, the concept plan should conform to the 2012 National Register of Historic Places registration form, just written for the city by Susan Benjamin. It describes O.C. Simon's contributions to Forest Park. It says, quote, "Forest Park is one of a very, very few extant Simon's designs. It provides a bookend for his work at the Lake Forest Cemetery, a national landmark a mile north, making this a totally unique example of his work. Let's make sure in this plan that we come close to this high praise." Now I want to describe the elephant in the room. The Forest Park Historic Preservation Subcommittee, of which I was a member, recommended the concept plan, quote, "retain and enhance the landscape's historic character." Our report also said that this plan should be compatible with O.C. Simon's gardening philosophy. Among other things, we also said that seating that conveys a contemporary appearance or alters significant environmental features should be discouraged. We left open the issue of paths, waiting to see what was proposed. We are still waiting. We have never seen this plan, and we haven't been asked. On the other hand, the Landscape Committee report said quote, "the park should not be subject to O.C. Simon's design philosophy." Why? Because there is no mention, permission, or payment recorded regarding any plantings. I was the volunteer doing the historic research in city records. The Landscape Committee is absolutely correct. There are no receipts from 1896. Why? Because all the Parks Board minutes from 1896 to 1928 are missing. Just a month ago, however, I found a 1902 article, research does continue on this, which says that Lake Forest's parkways have been established and beautified, and a handsome park is being made on the North Shore. So plantings were done, exactly the same time that O.C. Simons was working at the cemetery. One more paragraph. So the difference between the two reports, this is the big picture, is why we are here today. To hear from you and to insist, and I would like to insist that this needs to be a 30-acre plan, but to hear from you on the design philosophy between Simons and Stimson. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, please, ma'am.
I had a picture, I'm sorry, technical problems, thank you, Cliff, I really appreciate it. I had a picture that Mr. Stimson drew back in, I think it was 2009, and he showed O.C. Simon's views in the park. There were 2.5. So you can compare that to your own packet tonight. I think you have 9. I'm not a prude about it. I'm not saying that there has to be 2.5, but I would like to know what the reasoning is very closely. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Prue Beidler. I live at 20 South Stonegate Road. I have lived there for 36 and a half years, but I have, very importantly to me, I have a son and his family who live 170 North Mayflower, and their children are the 5th generation of Beidlers in Lake Forest living in this exact space within a 2-block area of each other, and all of us think of Forest Park as our neighborhood park. We have all enjoyed many, many hours of pleasure there. I couldn't actually talk about my husband's grandmother's time there, but I can certainly talk about all the other generations and tell you how much we enjoy it. I will say that your perspective on things changes dramatically when you're a grandparent. And I have been in that park with my first grandchild and my third. My second, I have not yet been there because she lives in Washington. I don't see her as often. When I was first in the park with Casey, my oldest 3-year-old grandchild, I began talking to him about why Lake Forest is called Lake Forest. And this is the only place you can really see that well unless you happen to be lucky enough to have a house on the lake, which I don't, although I have a very nice house. And I'm not sure Casey understood, but being able to talk to him about this park and what it meant to me and in our family was very important. So I felt thrilled to be able to do that. But what I did not feel was safe. And part of the reason that I don't feel safe in that park with a child in a stroller or on a bike, where I am many, many, many times a year with my husband on our tandem bike, is because we too have almost been killed in that park by a car coming around the ring road on Spring Lane as we were riding our bike. I mean, we weren't killed, we didn't call the police, we didn't complain, but when something like that happens, as when you said, you never feel the same. It is not a safe park currently for pedestrians. And I just, all of us talking about this can only share our own anecdotes. There's nobody out there clocking how many times people are upset by experiences they have there. But if it's a passive place that we're supposed to be enjoying, and it's so beautiful, we need to make it as safe as possible. I also want to say, so I think the park needs to be improved. You can tell by looking at Stephen's pictures that there are things, infrastructure things that clearly need doing. But the other thing I would say to you, I stand here also as, and I am the Lake Forest Garden Club liaison currently to this group, so I know it from that perspective because I'm now attending meetings on a regular basis. I very much believe in this process because it parallels so closely the Market Square 2000 process, and I was a co-president of that project. I am a true believer in private-public partnerships, and this city has a long and rich and successful history with these partnerships. This is a very similar model. There are some differences that we probably don't need to talk about here, but the whole process of community involvement, taking some risks, trying some new things, recognizing that spaces change over time, even historic spaces need updating, need improvements, need reevaluations in terms of their use in a contemporary time. So I am completely comfortable. I feel like my roots are in this community. I am passionate about this community, and I am passionate about this project, which I feel is the right thing to do. We'll be making some adjustments to furnishings. We did that in Market Square. We came back to this very group many times about various things before we got it what I think is pretty close to right. So I urge you, I know you've been patient about hearing everyone's views. I think this is the right thing to do.
Thank you. Please.
Good evening. My name is Michael Ebner. I live at 666 Greenview Place, where I've resided for 37 years. And I also had the high honor of being the first chairperson of the Historic Preservation Commission in the city of Lake Forest in the late 1990s. And I appreciate the diligence that you bring to your position, which has been demonstrated again this evening and brought back many fond memories to me of meetings. We did not have the 11 p.m. deadline. We used to go till 1:45 and things like that, and thank goodness you have it. I too have been involved in this process as chair of the Historic Preservation Advisory Committee to the Forest Park Project Board since September of 2010, as I calculated. This is a process. Planning is a process. The city of Lake Forest, in its historic evolution since 1857, is an ongoing process. The process can be contentious. The contentiousness can lead to productive outcomes. And our community, as Mrs. Beidler has suggested, has a long and venerable history of engaging in deliberative processes in order to advance the interest of this community. I think that process is underway. We've had give and take on the question of Forest Park for the better part of 3 years now. I think that the project is so significant that it probably merits this protracted debate. For those of you who are keen on your American history, and I'm a retired professor of American history at Lake Forest College, you know that the Constitutional Convention during the long summer of 1787 and carrying into 1788 deliberated. The weather was very warm. There was no air conditioning, needless to say. The shutters were closed on Independence Hall so that the public really was not involved in these deliberations. There was great, in a revolutionary age, there was great fear of public opinion. We are not fearful of public opinion in this community. We are not fearful of give and take. 2 members of the Historic Preservation Advisory Committee, which a document that was unanimously accepted in March of 2011, have spoken this evening regarding their skepticism about some aspects of Mr. Stimson's plan. Ralph Gesualdo, to his immense credit and forbearance, has told members of the public and members of our own executive committee and members of the Historic Preservation Advisory Committee, we welcome dissenting opinions. We welcome divergent opinions in this process. We have learned a great deal as a result. I have learned a great deal, speaking only for myself, this evening. And I hope that the process will go on. I hope that we have your engagement, and I hope we have the community's engagement as well. The bottom line for me is that this is a wonderful opportunity for the city of Lake Forest. Previous speakers have made reference to that. They've made reference to the attributes of the park in its existing form and the liabilities of the park in its existing form. So no tents are going to be folded as a consequence of what was heard this evening. Rather, the deliberative process of planning, which has made Lake Forest what it is today, will continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, do we have other comments from the public? I think I see one more there. Thank you. Come on up.
I know we've all been sitting for a long time, but I have just a few ideas, and I agree that the traffic on Ring Road sometimes can be very speedy. And here you have I live at 540 North Mayflower, and my house was built for William Mather Lewis, one of the first mayors of Lake Forest, and designed by Frost and Granger. So I was wondering why not put a few speed bumps on the Ring Road to prevent speeders. Sometimes even the city trucks go speeding through there. You know, I walk my little dog there every morning to watch the sunrise, and sometimes even the city of Lake Forest police wagon hurries through there. So I think a few speed bumps would save us a lot of safety issues there. Why not? And One more thing is the little road off Deerpath as you go towards the lake. I think it was well planned actually, because in the summer the sun rises over the lake on a more northerly course, and it can be blinding if you drive down Deerpath towards the lake, or you walk towards the lake. The sun follows a path towards the north in the summer, and without those hawthorn trees and those crabapple trees, the sun is very bright, especially reflecting off the lake at that time. So it's difficult to see. And I think that the leaves on those small trees, they sort of shade your eyes from being blinded as you go towards the lake. And I think the lake is a beautiful place. It's uncluttered right now, it's quiet, it's unpretentious, and it's a historic landscape. It's a wonderful setting for Lake Michigan, especially when the sun rises over it. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we still have a few more, so go ahead. Please go.
Hello, I'm Alice Goltra. I live on Wensia Road, and I'm a member of the Garden Club, and I've been to almost all the meetings, and I think people have wonderful ideas and fortitude, and that it's going to end up being something good. But I want to remind us about what Kathy said. The city needs the guidance of a master plan so that things don't happen like the destruction that happened on the South Road down to the parking lot, down to the South parking lot this spring. There have to be rules about how big the trees are when you buy a new tree, what kinds of trees you buy. These are things that can't be guessed at by the staff. It has to be decided and put in a master plan. These are the trees we want to have in this park because it's appropriate for that type of land, kind of lists. Because staff comes and goes. If you make a decision about what you want a place to look like, you should document it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Peter Cherry. I live at 449 East Illinois Road, and I've lived there for, I can't remember how long, 37, 38 years, something like that. In the spirit of full disclosure, too, I should tell you I'm the treasurer of the Forest Park Board, although I've only been with the group for about less than 2 months. And also, my wife is a past president of the Lake Forest Garden Club, long past, and she was also the co-president or co-chairman with Prue Beidler of Market Square. So I've been around this track a couple of times, perhaps over the dining room table, but I've been around it. As I was thinking about remarks I realized I was going to make tonight, I thought I probably should have made these last night as well, because it's directed both to the Parks and Rec side as well as to the Historic Preservation side. I remember, 4 or 5 years ago now, when Chrissy, my wife, first mentioned across the dining room table one night that they were discussing the Garden Club about the alternatives, and she ticked off the several alternatives they were considering and came to Forest Park and said, say no more. That absolutely needs the attention. It just does need the attention. It's a signature part of this town, of this city, and it's tired. And if it was tired 4 or 5 years ago when I expressed that opinion, I can tell you it's more tired now. But as was the case with Market Square, and I recall my same sentiment 15 years ago, Prue, where it was a long time ago, it was a sense of go fix it up. As they got into it and I began to realize what was going on, I've seen the same thing here as well, that there is the historic side to it as well. It's not just a park that needs to be rejuvenated, renovated, whatever words you want to use. But you also have to be very mindful of the historic character and the character that the city has. And I've watched that in my almost 40 years here, play out time and time and time again, whether it's Market Square, here, even Gorton down the street from me, there was a big to-do about the addition on the back. So in any event, as evidenced by the fact that I've joined the board, even at a late date, I'm very much committed to the project. It needs to go forward in some form. I don't agree with all aspects of it, but I urge you, as I would have urged the Park and Rec Board last night, let's advance the ball. We need to move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? And I see none, so we'll close that part of the deal, and we'll ask if we've got any other questions for the petitioner or the staff from the commissioners, or comments.
I have a question for Kathy. Kathy, there was a lot of feedback from the public in regards to ordinances and criteria and other things, and as things come up to our board, you do a great job of pointing out the demolition criteria for contributing structures or other topics that we're talking about. I'm just wondering if you could comment on the criteria, both ordinance within the HPC ordinance and the tree ordinances and all the whole litany of things that were listed, and how those should be used as a guidepost to evaluating a plan and recommending it to the board.
In evaluating the master plan, certainly all of the ordinances should be considered. The master plan, as you talked about at the beginning, is a little different than a specific petition, because the master plan is going to be this overall guiding document, and there may be some specific elements, the amenities, you might see benches, a signage plan, a lighting plan. Those will come before you and go through the certificate of appropriateness process. But the master plan really is a way to set this entire framework, and certainly, as was noted, you need to look at distinctive aspects of the park, whether they be views, whether they be open spaces, whether they be heritage trees. And through this master plan, you can actually set a framework that identifies what should be preserved, what should be rehabilitated, and evaluate any new aspects. That really is your charge. I think there was a question in public testimony about whether the commission's job really is to balance, and I stick by the staff report. I believe that this commission works to balance various interests all the time. If various historic buildings or historic landscapes in this community were intended to never change, if they were intended to be museums, there would be no reason for this commission to exist. What you do is really manage change going forward with an eye to the past, and with an eye to all the specific language in the ordinances. I will speak specifically to the steep slope setback ordinance, which was mentioned. There is language in the code that establishes a steep slope setback, both adjacent to ravines and adjacent to the lake. What it requires is a diligent review of any requests for construction within that setback. Staff has interpreted that to mean that no habitable spaces can be constructed within the steep slope setback. Has the city granted variances to that? Absolutely. In fact, there are many situations where homes exist today well within those setback areas. The current interpretation, however, is that no habitable spaces can be constructed. We try and stick very closely to that. But I can tell you, we do consider and have considered very recently requests for construction of items such as pools that encroach partially within setbacks. What we require is that due diligence be done, as would happen with this project. Engineering plans would be reviewed. We've already had some stability analysis done on the bluff. So all of those ordinances have various provisions. There's no black or white on exactly how those are applied in every case. Your job is really to interpret those, and I believe through this master plan, you can address and really set some certainty for how this park will be treated in the future.
So I have a question for the other commissioners. Kathy's asked us to kind of run through the key elements, and she's made a list of them for us in her staff comments, and give some opinions. I'm anxious to try to run through those and maybe hit the ones that we probably can agree on, and at least identify the ones that we have differing opinions or strong opinions on. Want to try that?
Chairman Pairitz, before you start that,
Yeah.
there is an opportunity for rebuttal to any point in public testimony for the petitioner, and I don't want to just skip over that.
Okay, I wasn't going to skip over that. I
Okay.
actually was going to do that after this,
Okay.
if you prefer, but does that work okay for you? Or would you like to have that chance for rebuttal now?
They want the opportunity at this point. They do. So whenever you want to do that, I just.
I'll tell you what,
didn't want
Kathy,
to forget it.
we're going to take a 2-minute break. We need a 2-minute break up here, and I'm going to ask you that question, and I'll ask you that question. So.
feathers, like, you gotta heat that stuff up.
I don't know if I will do it. I interviewed for it.
I seldom get to use the gavel. Yeah, thanks, everybody. Thanks for indulging us in that quick break. We're gonna let the petitioner give a little rebuttal on public testimony, and then we're gonna go into review of the key points. So,
Great.
Ralph, thanks.
Ralph Giswallow again, 1418 Green Bay Road, the chairman of the Forest Park Project Board. Just a couple of things. Did anybody else get goosebumps when Michael Ebner talked? That was a great speech, Michael. I have to say, it's just wonderful. Just a couple issues that we wanted to make comments on. And I'd like to start out by saying that this is a positive process. And the negative comments, positive comments, I mean, that's what makes Lake Forest kind of a special place. I'm sure there's a lot of other communities around here that they would develop a park, there wouldn't be a lot of public process, there wouldn't be a lot of public comments, there wouldn't be an HPC to go in front of. But what makes Lake Forest special, and the reason why I grew up here and I raised my family here, is because there is such passion for a park in Lake Forest, and there is such passion over changes and everything we do in this town. And I think that's a wonderful part of the process, and that's why I'm honored to be part of that process. A couple questions came up and a couple issues that I think that we need to do a better job with as the Forest Park Project Board. One of them is there seems to be a question on transparency. And I think we have tried to be transparent. I think we have tried to be open to the public. That's why we're in front of the HPC for the 4th time. We've been 4 times in front of the Park and Rec Board. We've had a couple public meetings that we've called for ourselves that have taken place. It's also the reason why we created a website. And our plan has been on the website since last Friday. And as we continue to make changes to the plan, we will continue to post that plan on the website. And we'll try to get the Gazebo News and the Lake Forester and some of the publications to make sure that they give notifications when we do make those changes. But it is clearly has been our plan and our purpose to be as transparent as possible and to get this feedback of information. A question on the parking. And that seems to be an issue, and the elimination of that central core parking. I know that we're in front of the HPC tonight, and historically, there was never any parking there. And as I stated earlier, it's my understanding that was put in originally as temporary parking. And the original OC Simon plan wouldn't have called for parking. And I would guess that he would be objectionable to having some parking in the central core. But our development of the parking plan, and just to give you some numbers, there currently is 42 spaces in that south parking lot. Our plan is to have 28 spaces and a drop-off for buses, which, we do have the flexibility as we know that there's not bus traffic on certain weekends and certain days. So we can actually have some signage that opens up 4 additional spaces on the weekends, so we can get it up to where we're only 10 spaces less in that south parking lot. But the development of the parking was done in conjunction with the city. The city actually did some studies over the summer and gave us some feedback on the parking information. And as I stated earlier, they feel that there really is an underutilization of that South Beach parking lot, where there's 93 spaces currently. And I do understand that on those peak days of the summer, those holidays, that there's also a lot of boat usage. Those would be the days that we would imagine that we wouldn't be using the south parking lot down below when it would be used for the boat traffic. But those would be the days that we would open up the parking along the ring road, which does give us the ability to have 70 parking spaces up there. I believe that when we get in front of you in the next board meeting, we'll have a parking plan that'll be acceptable for you. We'll have a parking plan that will give the ability to cover those peak days and also to cover the handicap that's come up considerably tonight. And one of the notes that I've made a number of times is we're concerned about how people are going to be able to use not only the ramp stairs but the Belvedere stairs and enjoy those views if they're handicapped. So I think we'll be able to come in front of you in the next meeting and make sure we address those parking issues. But I think we've got a handle on it, and we'll continue to work with the city on their recommendations as well. Infrastructure costs came up. And, there's always this fear for some Lake Forest residents, who's gonna pay for this park? And, we're talking about all these elegant features and these new elements in the park and a path and redoing the road and new benches and stone seating and all these wonderful concepts and a regrading of the park. And who's gonna pay this? Are my taxes going up? And this has always been proposed as a public-private concept, similar to Market Square. Infrastructure cost, in my dealings with the city and talking, there's always been a line item in the city, and it's a blank item today, that has talked about infrastructure cost for Forest Park. We've heard from a number of residents tonight that have talked about the deplorable shape that the roadway is in, the deplorable shape that the drainage is in, and the electrical is even worse down there. And they've always known that at some point in time in the future, the city had to spend some money on some of those infrastructural items. It was a question of when, it was a question of the timing, and it really makes no sense to do those items until there's a master plan for the park. So it's always been our understanding that there would be some sharing of infrastructure expenses between the city. And the city has always had the understanding that some of those infrastructure expenses that have been delayed, that have been put off, that have not been, a priority on their list up front, were something that they were going to have to deal with at some point in time. And that point in time has come. So some of the infrastructure costs, the expectation from our group is that the city would participate in that. But the new elements of the park, the pathways, the new trees, the development of the south parking lot, the majority of the costs in the park would be a private funding. And that private funding would come through a 501c3 that we've already established our 501c3. And actually, I think it was just 7 days ago that we got finally our 501c3 approval. That could take up to a year to get approval, but we now have that approval. And we have started an aggressive fundraising effort in order to create those funds to establish this park. Now, and that's the nice thing and the beautiful thing about this process is, in today's day and era, and as tough as it is economically, it's tough for a city to develop a park without a private, aspect to it. And it's been done before in Lake Forest. We're not a pioneer in that. Market Square is a great example of that. And I think going forward, that's going to be what municipalities need, is a public-private funding of parks like this and other things in the city that enhance the city. So it's always been an expectation that the main elements of this park would be funded by the 501c3. That's why we've started an aggressive fundraising for that. The aspect of the entire park, it's been talked about. What's actually included in our plan? Is it just the tabletop land? Is it the bluff? Does it include, the south end of the park? It's always been our intention to have a comprehensive plan that includes everything but the beach area. And included in that would be a maintenance plan. And I think I'm going to ask Cliff, because Cliff has helped us develop that plan. If you could just say a couple words on that.
Hi, Cliff Miller, 1070 Meadow, and I lived in Lake Forest a long time. I'm chair of the Landscape and Horticultural Committee, and I'm also a member of the Lake Forest Garden Club. I think what Ralph has asked me just to say is what we've always looked at and what we've taken on as our mission is all of the passive portions of the park, which represent the bluff, the ravine, the tableland itself, and from property line to property line, everything involved except for the active. We split the park, or at least we did in our missive. Originally, it was just the tableland. Our group has expanded it to include all of the passive areas. We consider the active areas, the beach proper, to already have management plans in place through the Parks and Recs. I do agree and think it's a good idea to mesh those somewhere down the road, but what we're working on is the passive areas of the park, and that gets into the long-term management plans, just like we'll have for the turf on top, we'll have for the ravine slope and the ravine bottom below. So that's, Ralph, I think I answered your question.
And just to give you an idea, some would say, well, we should have all that now. We should bring that in front of you now. The difficulty there is there's a tremendous cost associated with adding in those other areas. So, we will possibly bring in another architect, another designer to handle those bluff areas. And before we get involved in expenses, that's something that'll be something else that we will come in front of the HBC at another date, like the signage and like those other areas. But we need a base to get started with. We need a base to get started with our fundraising and some of the development of the parks. But it's always been our plan that eventually to have a comprehensive plan that includes all the elements of the park. And I think Stephen had some questions, some elements.
A couple of just minor points, maybe clarifications on a few figures that were shared tonight by the public. And we, as a team here on this project, and it's not a Stimson plan, it's a Lake Forest plan. We've had a lot of collaborators and a lot of revisions along the way. But I wanted to share I think there's a passion about the O.C. Simons Road, how it's been untouched over these decades. It's been increased from about 18 and a half feet to 24. There's a lot of extra pavement out there. Our plan, although is adding paths, those paths are intended to be permeable. I think I heard the figure of 16,000 square feet. I think it's worth noting that our road reduction in width, which goes from 24 to an average of probably 18, because we have 16 for a majority of its length and 22 for a certain section, would in fact reduce the existing amount of paving on the road by about 10,000 square feet. So, and then there's an additional reduction in paving, hard paving, at the south end, with this generous island being planted in that parking area, which is probably another 3,000 to 3,500. So the 16,000 square foot granular path additional material to me is offset greatly, I think, by the removal of 12 to 13,000 square feet of hard surface. A comment on the tree removal. I know people are passionate about the hawthorns. They are beautiful. I do not intend to include hawthorns on the removal list. There would be primarily the non-native crab apples are the lower trees that we are concerned about, and those could in fact be replaced by more hawthorns. I know it's a detail, but I think it's an important one. And lastly, we're very aware of the guidelines for the cultural landscapes, and the standards for rehabilitation are very clear, and we intend to follow them strictly and look forward to continued dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, folks. And Kathy, do you want an opportunity or all right, appreciate that. Good. All right, so if you will, I'd like to tick through this list. You folks don't have this, but we'll try to be concise about this. Kathy delineated the key elements of the park as she saw it in her staff report, and I think it's a good place for us to start, but I'm sure we'll have comments along the way and some other ideas, so. Oh, probably not. Oh, it is. I'm just getting tired. Yeah.
You know, before we dive deep, do you want to poll people on just general feedback and
yeah, sure.
issues, or
Yeah.
you know, before we get into each one of these, or
I'd love to hear general comments if you want to do that.
I mean, I have two key takeaways from tonight. The first is that, you know, I think we need a level set on the level of detail that needs to be included in the master plan. And I think it's a great presentation, and I think it's great work, and I love this town, and I think we're going to get the right answer. To me, we started with an overall design layout, what I would call a blueprint. It'd be something that we would sell to a homeowner to say, you know, you guys trust us to do something great to build a house, if you're going to use that analogy. But the devil for this, for me, is in the detail. And you have to give guidelines and instructions for the carpenters and all the tradesmen to build out this house. And I almost feel like there's natural groupings of the scope of this work where we need to really flesh out and have guiding principles so we know that the spirit of this high-level plan and how it's going to be carried out moving forward is on track. And I don't know if we want to, you know, totally get into that, but I think it's really important, you know, for us to say, well, what's a plan look like, and are we going to break it out around the permanent fixtures. And aside from this overall kind of look and feel and blueprint, across the fixtures, this is our guiding principles from the subcommittees that have been working on this, which would be used just moving forward, so people can use this as a reference document living moving forward. And you could group it by fixtures, you could do it by landscape and horticulture, you could do it by ravine maintenance and care, you could do it by pathways in the road, parking and access, and an overall maintenance plan. But it's almost like we need a table of contents for the master plan, and what it is and what our deliverables are as a community, so we can say we're getting this right. And I think we have a great vision of an overall thing, but there's some dissenting views on what that is. But I think the devil's gonna be in the detail as to how we craft it. And
Can we do it in
and the other
45
thing
minutes?
is, you know, it's like, okay, so how do we know we're gonna be right on all those elements, and what are they? And then what criteria should we use in the city to say, that's a plan that's at the right level of detail, and it's in keeping with our historic charter and our preservation goals, because that's what our HPC is all about. And I don't feel, I need more structure. I was a management consultant, you know, I'm a process guy. I just don't feel like I feel comfortable with the guidance from the city with the criteria that we're gonna use to evaluate this. And I'm not sure what we're building in terms of level of specificity.
Let me ask you, Jim, is it easier for you to talk about some specific elements of the plan that you really do like or really don't like, or have more questions about or less questions about? And I'm asking that from everybody's point of view. I mean, maybe it's easier for us to deal with it that way. I'm trying to give Ralph and his crew some input that they can take away with and they can consider and they can digest and come back with, and I'm struggling to do that in a productive way.
Yeah.
I could either do it by, you know, saying, okay, everybody like the drinking fountains or not, you know, or maybe we should keep it on a high level, like you say, and let's talk about aspects that we think work, that we don't work, that we're concerned about.
Yeah.
I'm happy to do both. I'm looking for ideas if you've
Well,
got.
I think we can and should do both.
Okay.
Our general overall impression of the plan, where we may have problems generally, and then I think moving into the staff report specific elements, then we can get more into the detail. I think if we approach it like that, we may be able to get a little bit of a handle on it, give some input to the petitioner as to our thoughts, you know. I think that's probably the best way to proceed, is,
Okay.
you know, just
Well,
general impression.
In terms of your general impressions, Jim, I mean, I agree with you on the needing more specificity in a final plan. Did you have other ideas, or is that pretty much it in terms of general ideas, or we can go around the table and talk about general ideas first if you want?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can do exactly what Bill said as well, and I think it is
Okay.
both, because if I'm building a plan, I don't want to get into the specifics until I get the big picture right.
Yeah, yeah.
And so, I think we need to
Well,
give
tell you what,
feedback
maybe-
on both fronts, right?
maybe-
The big
I-
picture, and then what we expect.
Fools rush in, so why don't I just tell you what my general,
Okay.
yeah, how about that? First of all, I'm very conscious of what our charter is in terms of having this, historic context in which we're reviewing stuff. And it's easy for me to fall away from that for a moment and think about other ways to evaluate this plan. So I first have to think about that, and at the same time, we always have that background, and we always think about alternative uses, ways to update, the petitions that we look at. So I'm not troubled, and it's easier for me to kind of think about it in areas, if you will. I'm not troubled by drainage. I think that, I'm not troubled that the bluff is going to fall away. It seems like those kind of technical issues are getting handled. I'm not really troubled by the south end of the park and relaying the parking lot out. I think there's details to be looked at there, and how many handicap spaces you have. I'm pleased that the ring road is going to stay. I'm not troubled by the addition of another path along the west edge of the park in some manner. I like that it's not a sidewalk along the road. I do think that is one area where that walk won't be perceived as an interruption of the park when you're driving by or walking by. It'll go away because it's viewed at a distance. The walk along the ring road, I think, is a historic anomaly that we need to really be conscious of and really, think about it in terms of what that, how that changes the nature of the park, the character of the park, if you will. I think as it's currently drawn, it has an impact to the character of the park that is not consistent with what's there now. It doesn't mean it's not great, but I think that it's not consistent with what's there now. It's a change, and it's an overt change. It's not like an inconspicuous change. It's in your face. It's in your face because when you drive along that road, it's right there. It's not 70 feet away. It's 4 feet away. So it might be a great idea, but it's historically not what we have. It's a change in character, I think. I think it could come and go, and it might be, it's already there on the south end. It doesn't bother me for some reason on the north end, and I appreciate the remarks about the point and whether there's a path to the point or not, I think is, debatable and something that could be, interesting to talk about some more. But it at least, at the very least, has to be considered as a kind of a change from the historic character of what's there today. So, that's my big picture on it. In terms of the furniture and the lighting, I think that, and the signage, I think that's all kind of the next level of detail, and I get the general impression that there's an evolution process that still has to go on with that, and I think we're challenging them on some of that stuff, and I think that's I think it's fair for us to challenge them on that. I do think that some of the comments from the public were right on target on that with respect to the character of how this park reacts to the beach down at the bottom and Market Square. So I'm not convinced that we know what we're doing there yet, and I challenge him to look closer at how they all work together on that. So I'm flabbergasted by how much effort for everybody to show up. It's 10:15, 10:20 at night. Folks are still listening to me, and we're still here. And it's like there's tons and tons, and it's really interesting that it's everybody cares so much about this park that they're still hanging around and they're working on it. This is all great stuff. So I applaud everybody's interest, and I think that's great from all sides. So that's kind of where I see it. I mean, I think we could drill down deep, but I welcome counterpoint from anyone who's got it.
You know what, I think I have to compliment Kathy on how she really broke this down for us in the staff report, because she kind of went from a high level. For me, it really helped me look at things, because I think at this point, for me, when I'm going through this process, I'm looking at like we're restoring a historic property, or we're asked to be looking at that. So I'm approaching it like, here's a historic house or whatever, and you want to restore that, but there's also some modern day issues that have crept up, and particularly tonight, it's the safety issue we can't ignore. So it might be a little bit of change in character to add a walkway, but we can't ignore that safety issue that keeps coming up. But I like how Kathy kind of gave us our charge as the overview of kind of looking at O.C. Simon's restoration. We really need to honor that, and the architect really needs to, force himself to, when you look at something you want to do with the park, is that what O.C. Simons would do? What was his original intention? Because that's what we all value of this park. And then when it comes to maybe some renovation issues, then, we got to keep within the historic as opposed to contemporary, and then also address some of these modern day issues. And the way that Kathy broke it out into the key elements and everything she listed here, I think will help focus us on each point, and then address the global issue on each point. So we might get more of a product we can deliver and say, okay, this is what we think you should do here, and give him some more directives. So I think the process she's outlined here will really help us kind of come to a good conclusion.
Could I just jump in with some
Please.
things? I made notes, and I used Kathy's keys, and the process is all very exciting, and I've actually enjoyed it a lot. And just as some big picture things, which I think is where we're at right now, is kind of big picture. I think the idea of course, resurfacing the ring road is obviously much in need of, and I actually kind of like the idea of introducing some slight meandering to it, because it is in some places a little bit too linear. I think that will improve it. Narrowing it down a little bit may actually help it also. And I'm not so worried about it being moved away from the bluff a little bit in certain places, because really we're pretty close in a lot of areas to the bluff, so I don't know that we'll necessarily take away by doing that. So I do like the idea of trying to recreate the north sweep on the south side by the Spring Lane entry. I think that the more we could maybe do that, the better. And then, of course, tying in the idea of these view corridors, I think are really a really positive idea. And I know that maybe it sounds like 9 are a lot, but I know that by the time we get done with this, they're not going to be overtly opened. I mean, to shoot for 9, we'll probably be lucky to get half that many, you know. I do like that idea of seeing more of the lake, though. I think that's very positive. I do want to make a point of the parking, and I don't think I expressed what it was I was getting at very well before, because I'm not concerned about peak parking, and I'm not concerned about parking down at the beach on the south side. Nobody's going to park down there the south side and come back up to the tableland and go for a big long walk. I think that's just too much to ask. What I'm wanting to see us try to include here, and not leave it up to maybe somebody deciding to let somebody park or not, is to make a provision for some parking spaces, because right now we have it, and this is the point I was trying to make before. Like, let's not take something away with our new plan. I mean, you got a lot of good reasons to do a lot of these things, but gosh, we're giving something up. And maybe it wasn't in the original plan, but as history is by accretion, and something is just as historically valuable if it went in 25 years ago, as far as, you know, the evolution of our community goes. So I'd like to see that stay. And it doesn't have to be for the hot parts of the summer. Just, it'd be nice to be able to park up near the middle and walk to that north point. I don't know that someone's going to want to walk the whole thousands of feet to get up to that north point from the south lot. So I'd really like to see that stay. And does everybody understand what I mean by that? Not just maybe we'll make a couple of parallel parking. I don't know that the parallel parking is really that great, because then you're going to see the whole length of an 18-foot car. If you turn them and park a couple perpendicular, I think that's probably, you know, maybe a better way to do it. You park in Market Square, and that's the last thing you think about is the automobile, because the rest of it's so powerful that it really diminishes that. So I'd like to see some parking somewhere in the middle, maybe not right on the end of Deerpath, but somewhere in there. I'm thinking that it's really a great idea to try to establish some kind of tree planting plan, some kind of a removal plan, some kind of a plan that's coordinated, because otherwise we're going to get a lot of plop and drop, and everybody likes to put in maybe sometimes too many trees. So I think it really is a great idea to implement that, and then try to stick to it. So it should be done by the right people, and with an eye for the future, and coordination with the whole of the park. The built amenities, I think that's obviously been spoken about. I think we need to work on those things. I think there should be some coordination. I mean, the park benches that are down at the bottom and that are Market Square, I think they're based on designs from Central Park. I mean, I think those are sort of that kind of era, but they do work, and you know, I don't know, we need to work on what we're planning for that aspect of the plan. And then I think that introducing some pathways in the park is actually kind of a nice idea, especially on the west side, and in various places. I guess the hard part for me, and that's where I need input from you guys, is that this pathway and the roadway, there's a lot going on there. And I actually didn't have the guts to say what Fred said earlier, but when I saw that laid out there, I just didn't think it was going to work. Everything looked too jammed in. And when we made our site visits, and now I understand we're taking a little out of the road, so maybe by backing the road away and making it narrower, we're going to get more room. But I was actually beginning to wonder if that pathway is going to be so precarious on the bluff that some people might not want to walk along it. I'm not against a pathway. I'm a big pedestrian person. I mean, when this first came up, I thought we had to get rid of the ring road because we were given engineering reports that led me to believe that it was a big issue. So I was, thinking that this would be good, but I think now that for me is probably the hardest part of this, is that pathway. And I think it could be really great, and it might also not be so great. And then the landscape buffer that we use to implement between there, the more successful it is as a buffer, the more that it's going to change our perception of the ring road and the views down the bluff potentially, so that, you know, and I'm not the person to design that even in my mind, how that works. So that might be, for me, one of the harder things, because we don't want to take away something that we have now, and I do understand the thoughts about safety. So for me, the pathway is the one thing, I don't know exactly how to go on that.
Yeah, let me ask you a question, Guy, and the rest of the commissioners, because the pathways, I mean, a phrase that was spoken during public testimony that really just resonated with me was, you know, a polished versus a reset. You know, polished versus reset, right? We could use the home analogy that Susan mentioned, but, you know, I would just be curious to get people's feedback. I mean, if you look at this, you pick up the plan, do you think it's a polish or it's a reset? And do you feel like a reset's consistent with the purview of our HPC preservation role in the community?
Well, I think it's within the purview.
I mean,
I think you just have to acknowledge that you're doing it. You know, that's why we're here. We can do that. But we have to look at it and we have to say, yes, we understand that we're making a change, that this is, you know, against the grain, if you will, or that it will have an impact, but we like the impact, that the character is appropriate. And then there's tests, there's actual tests that we can apply to it. But I think that, you know, we have the ability to rule on it.
Yeah, it's not so much a governance, you know, we can, it's more, you know, given the historical preservation language and criteria and our role in the community, is the current plan, it's a very tactical question, right? Is the current plan on the polish versus reset spectrum on the reset side, or do we feel that it's on the reset side, right? It's all relative perception.
It's a relative perception.
Of all
for
of
sure.
us, right? I mean, I think that's a key question. And, you know, there was a couple, I mean, so I'll talk on the west pathway. It's kind of interesting. I mean, I've never seen anybody walk on that lawn that way ever. You know, and maybe it's because there's not a pathway there. And, you know, I just want us to avoid, you know, it's kind of like Field of Dreams. You know, if you build it, they will come. And, you know, there's, you know, bridges to nowhere in Alaska. And is this a pathway to nowhere? I mean, on the west side, I'm saying. I mean, are you gonna leave Westminster and say hi to my mom and dad, and then, you know, walk there and then go across when there's a road, and you're gonna go into a parking lot? And I think the parking lot on the south end is gonna be a lot nicer than it is now. And I love the island, and, you know, I think we need to make that an inviting place if we're trying to, you know, attract people there, because it's underutilized. But I don't know. I mean, is it a path that it really will be utilized?
I just really worry that we're approaching a corporate office park feel. And I just want to keep it as simple as possible and as clean as possible, and not have too many add-ons that we won't be able to eliminate later. That's my biggest fear.
Well, you know, here's you know, my take on that is there's a pedestrian place at the beach now. You can drive down, you can walk up and down the beach, and it's great. What you can't do down at the beach is you can't drive by the lake and take your passenger for a ride, and you can't take a ride. You know, it's like a whole different thing going on there at the bluff's edge, right? On the west edge of the park, people walk in the road, they walk on the sidewalk, they do walk along there without going down to the beach or even going to the bluff. I do it. And it gives, and it's, you know, it does provide another opportunity to go around the park or go down a different way. I mean, on its own merit, just adding a path to the west side doesn't really bother me. In total, when you add lots of paths, maybe you have a different reaction to that. But just on adding a path to the west side that meanders through the park, yeah, I can see it.
Somebody really wanted to meander through the park, though, couldn't they just really walk on the grass?
Well, there's no path.
Yeah, well, you know what, I see this is when I come back.
They could walk on the grass if
They
they
could.
really wanted to walk.
But you know, this is when I come back to the safety issue, because I have walked that many times. And when I get to that point on the west side, you're on the sidewalk on Lake Road, but only from Westminster to Deerpath. And then there's no sidewalk past there. So you're in the street.
Yeah.
And I have to say, it can be kind of scary. I mean, you know, so even though I'm really hesitant about adding a west side path there because I don't want to disrupt that historic view that we so value. You know, when you're trying to walk that way, you know, you do run into the risk of running into a car, unless you don't walk on that west side. But then, you know, you're kind of not enjoying that whole view. So part of me says, you know, move it as far west as you can so you're not disrupting that middle part. Because you don't want to disrupt that historic character, but yet the safety issue keeps coming.
See, I have the
back.
opposite reaction to it. To me, the closer you put it to the road, the more it's in your face as an addition. And the further you move it into the, not that you want to disrupt the lawn or the open spot, but as you move it away from the car, it becomes part of the long view instead of part of the short view. And now you're looking into the park and the walk goes away. You don't even see it anymore.
Well, and the meandering thing is a nice
Well,
thing.
I think that's just nice
Kinda
for
where
the
it's
experience of the
placement.
walker.
Yeah, that's the one
Do we really
question.
need
I
two
sometimes have.
pedestrian paths?
Huh?
Do we really need two pedestrian paths and a ring road?
You know, I've listened to everybody's comments on it. You know, my feeling about the paths is, you know, they weren't historically part of this park, and I understand that there's some anecdotal evidence of safety issues in there. You know, it may be a safety concern, and if the commission feels that there is a safety concern, I understand them, you know, thinking that some paths may be added, but I think the way the paths are configured right now is it doesn't just address, you know, safety. Somebody brought up, and it occurred to me, you know, when I was reviewing this, but somebody from the public brought up, you know, the west path, you know, cuts straight through the south parking lot and cuts through that picnic area, and, you know, and really, what is the purpose of that, you know, if just to cut off the time, you know, that you're walking, you know, is it to make the transit shorter? You know, it seems like, you know, things like that, or to get to the north point that one of the members of the public, do we really need a path out there to you know, so people can go out there and enjoy that? Well, you know, it is a park. You know, if it, you know, it's grass.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, I'll tell you that in the 20-some years that I've been here, and I walk this I walk in front of the beach all the time, I never walk through the grass in the park. I've never done it. I've never walked. I should try. I'll have to give it a
Take your
shot.
shoes off.
But I mean, it just provides an opportunity as a, you know, it suggests a route that maybe people wouldn't take otherwise. So, you know, I mean, and as a and frankly, as a historic, you know, kind of addition, or, you know, I'm not really, it doesn't upset my historic sensibility to add a path through the park. That doesn't, well, that's okay, that's why we're talking, you know, I mean, but in that location, because it doesn't really, well, whatever, yeah.
No, I understand
Yeah.
your point, and it's a perfectly valid one. I'm
Yeah.
just, you know, not saying that a path isn't needed in some areas. I'm just wondering if this is the correct historical,
Yeah.
you know, approach to it.
I'm concerned about the landscape buffer next to the ring road. I mean, the ring road should be the dominant line, and I think it's just gonna be blurred by a 3-foot landscape of grasses or
And
whatever's proposed.
we're talking about 3,000 foot, you know, for however many feet, unbroken landscaping that's, you know, there to buffer the, you know, that's gonna add a significant visual element, you know, all the way through that area that isn't there now.
Well, I mean, if you were gonna put a path along, I'll just argue the other side of it for one moment.
Yeah.
If you were gonna put a path alongside of it, I would put a buffer between it. I would make it a modest width path, and I would do it out of the granular surface that they've proposed. What I probably wouldn't do is I probably wouldn't call more attention to it by putting feature benches that are, you know, really, you know, I mean, I know that they're meant to be organic looking, but they're actually, I think, calling more attention to themselves than than going the other way. So I probably would find a way to do that in a very, very minimalistic way, as opposed to, developing it, as you say, like an office park, which is not probably what, I'm struggling for a better way to describe it, but it's not really a very good way to describe it. But, it's definitely calling more attention to itself. It's an added feature in this plan on purpose. And so, that's, to me, contrary to the character that's there today.
I absolutely agree with those comments.
Passive use, I think we're good with. Ring Road, I think we talked about the little parking work, comments from Guy. Belvedere is on the list of Kathy. I do think that we agree with Mr. Stimpson's comments that that's a potential future opportunity or maybe a missed opportunity, one of the two. But we would like to see, maybe not for this exercise, but, in the future, that's a place where there's probably an opportunity to do something with.
About the Belvedere, I would love some further clarification on the drop-off of the Belvedere. Is that necessary? I should have asked that question.
Well, it's well used now because people can come up and down those stairs.
The drop-off
The
area at the
landing
top.
area?
The landing area.
Is that
Yeah,
necessary?
again, that's another
Yeah.
escape element,
Right.
Yeah.
which they're proposing a lot of stone benches,
Yeah.
stone bicycle racks,
What do you think?
stone
I
trash
don't think that's
receptacles.
necessary. I don't know what the purpose of that is.
and,
The drop-off area with the stone.
Mhm.
So doesn't this also give us an opportunity to kind of reinforce the living room and the family room, and then maybe that's the atrium, I don't know, but I still, I've said it a couple times, and I still feel like it's not that hard to write some bullet points around the intended use of space and
Yeah.
how the two areas are gonna integrate and be compatible
Yeah.
and have a look and feel that our community feels comfortable with.
Well, I do
And
think.
Go
ahead.
I mean, on all levels, there
Yeah.
being the tabletop
Yeah.
and the stairs down in that space and the beach. I mean, that's not a ton of work. I mean, I think it's just thoughtful, like what's the scope of this project kind of stuff, and, the bulk of the fundraising and the change, or the kind of restoration or polish with a little extended capabilities, to Steve's term, will be done up top. But, it's not, I just feel like we need to say that and then make them do that, because I said it last time, and, it's, well, yeah, we want to do it and whatever, but it's not that hard. We're just kind of saying, come on in, we're in the same house, let's be intentional about
Right.
integrating them.
Well,
Because that influences design principles up top, right?
Yep.
So,
Well, the top of the Belvedere is a destination right now.
Yeah.
There's bike racks there. There's a place where people do, gravitate to. The paths do end up there.
Yeah.
So, maybe that's an appropriate spot to do something more than just have, a wide spot in the road. But at least it's on our minds, right? It's
Yeah.
somewhere that we've tested. Open lawns, in terms of how the lawns come and go and have, this kind of rooms, I think that we didn't hear a lot of negative comments about that. It seemed like that was generally
Well,
pretty.
the one thing I would really encourage the architect to look at is just how O.C. Simons laid that out.
Uh-huh.
Because that is one of the best features of that park, right? As you're driving along, the whole intention was as you're driving along, the open spaces and the vistas, and how you had solid areas. And so instead of ignoring what Simons did, review what he did and what his intention was and try to enhance what those were instead of just designing a whole new thing.
Well, at the same time, I do respect the statement that focused around what's already there in terms of mature trees, and
Right.
that you have to work with what you got, and what was there 100 years ago might be a slightly different. We don't, I think that the spirit of the Simons plan, where there were open areas and there were vista areas and then there were closed areas and there were
Right,
places.
but we're talking 3 versus 9, or, how many, are we talking about something?
No, I think that the
rhythm,
one.
The natural rhythm we were talking about?
Well, those are the differences between the view corridors and the lawn areas.
Yeah.
The lawn areas, they've basically got 3 identified now, and the one on the north probably wasn't in the original O.C. Simons plan.
Mhm.
Although the other major difference is that the O.C. Simons plan was for a park that was a third longer, really, because the drive is only now in the northern 2/3 of the park. And so, on a relative scale, it doesn't offend me. I think it's kind of where, it feels about right to me, actually, and to have that rhythm going the way it does. whether there's 9 view corridors or there's 2 or 3, you know, I'm not sure we really know how many there were, because
I know, but I
the
think
Simon's
the more
plan
you
doesn't
have,
really show
the less
what
vegetation
was
you're gonna
really
have.
on the bluff when that plan, I mean, it
I'm just
shows.
concerned if we have too many, or, you know, if the open land is too big, as
Yeah.
opposed to before, there was like 3 distinct areas, and now
Yeah.
we're calling for a big one. It might, you know, you might change the whole
My
feel
in-laws
of it.
used to live on Long Island, and they used to have a view of the sound, but then the vegetation has grown up, and now they don't have a view of the sound. I mean, yeah, how do we know,
Yeah.
you know, what was there and what the vegetation was like?
Well-
There could have been, you know, so much more.
I guess my point is the direction to the petitioner should be, you know, review the Simon's plan and kind of stick with his concept and idea as opposed to,
Well, I think he's done
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
I think.
but I'm just saying,
I
you
mean,
know,
I
that's
think
what
that,
we're
I think
directing
that,
him
to me, the concept that there were view corridors that came and went was, I mean, am I wrong? Am I getting that
Yeah,
wrong,
but,
guy?
you know, I think we gotta be careful. I mean, if we give that direction just for certain segments of the plan and we let the pathways stand, you know, that's, I mean, I don't know, you know what I mean? I mean,
well, we're going through each
it's kinda like
section.
there's one bisecting the entire width, you know, from north to south of the park, you know, and if we can't say, well, the vistas and the trees, you know, maybe do what OC said, but we're good with this.
No,
you
I'm
know?
just saying
I
keep
mean,
the,
you know what I mean? That's
the
where the
intent.
polish versus reset.
Well, yeah, but
I have to agree with Kurt. My sense was that this is, you know, maybe not a carbon copy of the original Simon plan, but seems to be fairly close, at least in spirit, if not complete design. You know, they're talking about, you know, we're not talking about open, you know, play fields here. We're talking about, you know, some moving around of trees and making, you know, a more open field in certain spaces. And so my recollection is that was
Yeah.
O.C. Simon's
And I think,
original.
there's another comment that Mr. Stimson made, which I don't think we should neglect, and that was that, you know, it's hard to do this specifically on a plan when it comes to where the tree exactly is, how the path exactly is, because you do, I mean, I remember one time, early in my career, probably shouldn't tell a story, but we were trying to build a golf course, and Pete Dye was gonna be the designer. But the way Pete Dye was gonna design the course was with a 7-iron in his hand, and he was gonna go out there and tell you where the course went. And he was gonna hit a shot, and then he was gonna tell you where the next one was gonna go, and that's how he was gonna, and that's what the contractor was gonna price. Well, we're not quite there, but, you know, I do respect the opinion that the guy's gotta go out there, and we gotta take advantage of his background, and he's gotta help us make sure that he gets the right view corridor, and so this is gonna be a general scope of work, but the specifics, you know, God is in the details, right? So he'll end up out there doing some, you know, it's gonna be really hard to document, I want this view, you know? But I think that the concept of it comes and goes, and there's corridors and they make sense, and then there's a rhythm to it, I think that's completely in character with the history of the park.
I want to make a
Sure.
comment on the view corridors.
Yeah.
It's just a comment, and I don't mean it to be a criticism, but it's something that I feel compelled to share. I totally agree with having view corridors. That's terrific, and that they're occurring in a sequence. What kind of bothers me is that they're perpendicular to the lake shore and to the lake road and so on, and he evokes the thought of Fort Sheridan, which I hate to bring up, but, you know, the military mall going, just carved out of the landscape and shooting straight to the lake. There may be good reasons why they should be exactly where they are, and one of them might be the views from Lake Road over to the lake, but I'm not sure at that point you're seeing any shoreline, you're seeing sky out there, and perhaps not even the lake, because there's a difference in elevation. So I don't know if we're seeing the lake from that, but I'll defer to that possibility. But if there's not from the lake road, I'm just somehow thinking with all of the informality and meandering form, and which I totally am in agreement with, whether the regimentation of view quarters that are parallel to each other is almost military in fashion, or grid-like in a city that had a grid plan, which Lake Forest does not, why they might not be angled in some respects. Taking into account the one-way traffic, you won't be able to see one that's going the other direction. So there's some other issues that get involved here, so I'm not suggesting that you should do what I say at all. I'm just raising the thought that it does it's a little bit, I'm a little bit uncomfortable, but I haven't heard the rationale that supports it, so we'll just leave it at that.
I could comment if it's appropriate.
Why don't we let you not do that for now? We have 15 minutes and then we all turn into pumpkins, so do we?
So, view corridors, I'm big on those.
Okay.
Okay, and then also, just to make sure we hit on open lawn, I mean, I think these open lawn things are very important.
Yeah.
I like that whole idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
We didn't have a lot of discussion about the specific varieties of trees. I didn't hear a lot of concern about the way that those were solved, or at least addressed in the information that we got. I know that there's more work to be done on that, but in terms of the species selection, native species, and what trees were being removed, it sounded to me like the commission more or less was fairly happy with the way that this was presented in terms of the response. Am I good on that?
Well, the one thing
Yes,
I
ma'am.
would say is, that concerned me, is first of all, that there's no reforestation plan. Because from what I'm reading, the idea that I was getting is that you were taking away all these trees but had no plan to reforest.
Well, there's
Oh,
a
I
tree
thought there was a
diagram in
tree
here
planting
with,
plan.
I think it's
There were
38
100
trees
Putting like
missing.
102 and taking
Yeah.
out 38, or.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought that.
but, okay, I guess I'm not saying what I said. What I want to say is that, don't take out any trees that are healthy. I mean, I don't think you should be just taking down a tree because it blocks a view, or take down a tree that might not be the right species at this point.
Well, I think actually that's probably contrary to what the intent would be. I think that they indeed want to take out species that they don't want to see, and they want to create views where they should be and
Unless
not
it's
block
of a-
views. Yeah.
But if it's of a certain size, you're talking about taking down.
Well, I think the only major tree that was being taken down was the one oak tree that was very close to the bluff that was identified in our walkthrough. And that was because it was a damaged tree, but probably just as much because it was in the way. All the other trees I didn't understand to be major trees, and I don't know if I'm getting a nodding of the head or not, but we have 38 trees that are coming down. And obviously, you're not planting 24-inch caliper trees, so the trees that are going in will be mature sometime in your lifetime, but.
Okay. The other thing I thought about is, in terms of adding trees back,
Yeah.
and, especially on the bluff, because in the
Yeah.
bluff, I don't think we really even talked about that. Remember how they did for the 150th anniversary, where they designated, you could buy a tree for $150 and had a memorial to it, and so they got all their 150 trees. We could do some kind of reforestation that way.
Well, that's where I think what you were talking about in terms of a written program for a master plan would be really key to understand, because that's not going to all happen in one fell swoop with
no,
this
but it's
plan,
just an
but
idea
over
going
the course of
forward.
the next 50 years, hopefully someone maintains the bluff and continues to plant trees as they fall or die or whatever, and puts them in the right spot. And so that's why the plan is being done.
Well, and that's why I want to make sure that, as we're losing trees, we're adding some
Yeah,
back.
right.
And,
In all of these areas.
yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
you're just talking about guiding principles for when time
Yeah.
elapses and things change, to Guy's point. It's just, what is the plan? And
Right.
those are 10 bullets across each sub-area of this project that calls that out, that says this is how we will treat this moving forward, and here are our guiding principles.
And
Is
that's
that
why
consistent
yes.
with your historical interpretation of this property, and, is it consistent with the intent of the?
Let me ask you,
Vision?
how do you guys feel about both signage, landscape furniture, and lighting, and memorials? To me, I think they're all important aspects of this but I'm not so sure that I need to know what those are today in terms of understanding how it gets planted, how it gets paved, and how the walks work. It almost feels like that's like another layer of detail. It's like, first I get dressed, then I comb my hair.
That's another.
Yeah, but again, it's kind of like, well, what kind of furniture are you going to put in the living room and the dining room?
Yeah,
You know,
no, I think
I
that
mean,
general
just
comment is
descriptive.
important, and
Yeah.
and understanding that we have that feeling for, but I would hate for the committee to go back and spend 30 days trying to figure out benches and miss the forest for the trees.
Well,
So you're suggesting that they bring it back when
Well,
they're ready to
I'm
do
just,
that?
I'm remembering how many times we saw signage for Eloa Farms.
Right.
And we saw a presentation at least 5 times for signage, because because it's hard to do all in one day, and each, you know, I mean, and not that I want to see it 5 times, trust me, but there's a lot of work there, and there's a lot of people involved in this, and sometimes the evolution of the plan starts to suggest the details. So I'm not sure, you know, for my money, I'm not sure my money, for my time, if not my money, whether, you know, in 30 days, if we see this again, if the paths and the plantings and the view corridors and the roads and the parking lot are resolved, and we need to concentrate later on benches and furniture and signage, I wouldn't be disturbed by that myself.
I think we can probably give them some direction.
No, my understanding is they wanted at least, you know, conceptually that to be part of the, you know,
Well, if it's-
master plan, so I'm just thinking, what direction do we give them? You know, okay, we don't wanna pick up the design
Well,
at
I think
this
it's,
point,
I think it's,
but
up-
you know, putting them here, and here, that's good for us?
well, I think that it's up to the designer to explain to us whether this furniture is placed on top of the landscape or in the landscape, or actually a part of it, because as it's designed, it's an integral part of the landscape.
Well, let's,
And so we need that. If that's the case, then we need to know that, and we need it as part of the plan. If it's a bench that gets in this location and, you know, we haven't decided what the bench is yet, then I can see it later.
Yeah, so, but we should give them feedback. I mean, the thing that I've heard a couple times, and I think you started it or somebody, but.
You started it.
But there's a general look and feel of contemporariness.
Yeah, absolutely.
And misplacement. I love the organic principles, but you have to think about the organic principles that surround you. And I think there was pretty good consensus around, you know, the stone being a little bit overdone, and then there was some feedback last night, and they reacted to it already. And I think we can just say, it doesn't have to be exactly what's down at the beach. There has to be some congruency, and, you know, they should come back.
I
with
think,
that, or-
I think, well, let me put it differently. I think as it's portrayed today, it's out of character with the existing park. And so that's the biggest problem for us, given the capacity that we're acting in, is that it's an overt change of character, right? And so if you're gonna repeat what's down at the beach, or what's at Lake, you know, a Market Square, or some variation of furniture which is placed in the landscape, then I think we could defer that to another day. But if it's going to be part of the built environment as it's portrayed, and it's going to be out of character to what's there today, then I think we need to see it as part of the plan. But I would advise you that that's hard for us to, you know, go along with.
I think it's also unfair to ask that of the petitioners. We have an overnight sketch of a couple of bench ideas, and I don't think the whole plan should hinge on whether we like the overnight sketch or not. I think the idea of giving direction is in order. So I'll just comment on that. The stone has been criticized by some folks as being not native to the bluffs of Lake Michigan in this area. I'm doing a project in Maine right now, by the way, and I know what the Maine coastline looks like, and it's not like that stone, so I don't think we have the problem that it's going to look like Maine. It's not going to look like Maine. But it challenges me to think how that could be done successfully. And right now, we're talking about what hasn't been drawn yet, and so I don't think we should be evaluating what hasn't been drawn yet. And I would leave it there and let the petitioner come back later, as was proposed, with later professional input and concepts. And you've heard a lot about what people don't want to see, so that starts to narrow the field.
Any other deliberations, guidance, comments? We've got 5 minutes. We could leave early.
Are we gonna continue going down this list or not?
Yeah, why don't you, how many more are there on your?
Well, I'm just looking at Kathy's list that she said for us to go down and comment on. We started.
I think we stopped at the Belvedere, or open lawn, we stopped at open lawn. Trees,
Yeah,
we
I
talked
mean, the
about
pathways.
trees.
Yep, we talked about trees.
Guys just whispering in my ear. I think the one element of that I'm not sure we've given them a consensus on, I think we've given them pretty good consensus on most subjects that we've talked about so far. The path at the top of the bluff is the one that I'm not sure not sure if we've reached a consensus, or I haven't heard it.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you how I feel about the pathways. I mean, I actually like the one on the top of the bluff. If it's done in a minimalistic, kind of non-corporate style, because I think those are the most inviting parts of the beach. I kind of feel like the one that's to the west, I don't know, I mean, if you just didn't have those on this picture, and you had just arteries going east and west where they normally are, but they mirror the ring road on the south side, and you just have the one that, kind of main artery that exists today that's not paved, and you just don't have this loop, it looks, less like a racetrack, and, I can get comfortable with it pretty quickly. I think, oh, okay, that's cool, because I think it would be an interesting experience to be in that woodland kind of ravine area, and I could see me walking with my kids and sitting down and having a talk, and it's neat. But I mean, I think next to a road that's crowded, and people are going to be rushing to the main event, which is down at the beach or on the edges, and I just don't see a real strong case for it on the west.
Well, I feel much the same way as I, expressed earlier. And for safety reasons, I could probably agree to some portions of the pedestrian path, but, for the most part, I think it's too much and it's overdone, and Kurt not walking through the grass aside, it's a park, and, you can, if you're concerned about the traffic, you can walk in the grass, I guess is my feeling about it.
I just walk in the street.
Well, I work, again, I was only half kidding, in my neighborhood in West Spring Oaks, we have very few sidewalks, and so, me and my kids and everybody else are dealing with, traffic all the time, and, I appreciate everybody's concern about safety, but I'm not sure that, it's such a deep concern that, we have to go to that extent to, protect the walking public. That's just my feeling about it. And I think, I also think it's, out of the historic character of the park, to begin with, as, a bottom line.
And I'll give the opposite view. I really, I do walk this, and it can be treacherous at times. And you know why? Because people are driving down that and looking over like this, and so, oh my gosh. It's not the most historic kind of thing, but I think it's so compelling to me that there's a safety issue there, and we need to rectify that in a sympathetic way somehow, whether it's this configuration or something else. But I think we really need to address that issue. We've heard it many times, and for the avid walkers down there, it is an issue.
Yeah, and that's why I left open, I could probably, agree to something on the, near the ring road, for safety's sake, but I just think its current configuration, it's too much.
I'm going to weigh in. I'm in agreement with the pathway, certainly along the bluff. I think a pedestrian environment is different than an automobile environment, and it's a better environment when it's not shared with automobiles. And I have 8 grandchildren, and I'd like to keep 8 grandchildren, so I'm in favor of the pathway.
I just want to make the comment too, I don't think if you look at all these pathways, there's a lot of them out there going to different areas, and I think we did mention this, the one that goes all the way out to the point, maybe that one's not necessary because there's not really a safety issue there. I think someone said, it's kind of nice to walk through that woodland and get to that point. You kind of value those paths through the woods for what they are. To me, really the pathway that's really the necessary one is the safety issue one, maybe not so much the one leading you through disrupting some of that, vegetation there or whatever, I especially worry about that northern one going out to that point because it's an oak savanna out there. So I don't know if those are necessary, but the safety one I think we should address.
Okay.
Well, as I said before, I like the pathway ideas, and I thought that the one along the bluff is the one that's the critical one, how it gets handled. I'm a walker, and I do have a sidewalk in Whispering Oaks, and it's interesting that changes my whole relationship with our property. We got a couple 100 feet of it, and I wouldn't do in the street what I do on that sidewalk in terms of taking a walk in the evening and stopping and looking at things I've been working on and so forth. So I'm attracted to it. I guess I'm just apprehensive And I wasn't gonna mention this, but, you know, Market Square was brought up, and all the things that have happened there, is a different relationship now with the green space as viewed from the sidewalks in front of the storefronts than we used to have. And I'm not so sure that I think that was really the right thing to do. And it's evolving and changing because everything keeps growing. And I'm bringing it up now just in terms of how can we kind of learn from that or use that as something we can use to address how this buffer and pedestrian path and ring road interrelate. And maybe that would be what you, in my opinion, I would rather have you concentrate your good skills on maybe representing that to us a little better and not worry about our concerns with the outdoor furniture, you know, and because I think that might be the one area that we might be in the biggest surprise over and have more concerns over in years to come.
You mean the vegetation along the course?
Yeah, and I mean, we don't want to see boxwoods there,
No.
of course, and you're not proposing that. But if you try to plant prairie grasses to make it softer, but is that appropriate? And do you put some kind of a shrub there? But, I mean, I don't know. I guess that's my apprehension, and I hope that we try to get that right. And maybe more information on that, because as I said before, with just the parking places, I don't think we want to give anything away. And I'm not, I mentioned this before, the historic nature of it, there wasn't a pathway, but if it's done really well, and it doesn't look obtrusive, I'm not opposed to it, because it's not historically, you know, a former piece of it. So I guess for me, the aesthetics of that are the big key things.
You know, you bring up that parking area, and I really think that the central parking area is necessary. It's a practical area. Just, I think you need maybe some handicapped areas, because let's say you just keep the handicapped areas down at the south side and there's nothing. That means that someone who's in a wheelchair will not get to experience, or take a great effort to get to the north side of the park. So I agree with you. I think we need to keep those spaces there. And
Susan, what would you think, like, we have to end pretty quick here, but what would you think of a concept where you keep the path along the west side of the park on the north end of the park, and you let that transition to the east side of the park, you know, kind of at the turn of the road there, so that you don't have a path fighting the ring road, but you do take advantage of the path along the bluff to the south, and you give a walker a way through the park, kind of from the northwest corner to the southeast corner. Am I crazy? Is that a bad idea? I mean, it's not. There's no historic reference for it. It's just it's where.
you mean on the south side?
Isn't the point that
Do you
they
get what
want to see the view, look out over the water?
Well,
from
I guess
from the
we're talking about
pedestrian
whether or
path?
not there's an opportunity to walk safely through the park, and we're also trying to resolve that with how do you keep it from interfering with the historic nature of the ring road.
Yeah, that's the
So-
dilemma.
It's just a wild.
Would you like to pass a motion to extend your meeting?
Yeah, if we are going to keep
11:15.
talking, I need a motion to extend this meeting. I would entertain one for 10 minutes if someone would like to make one.
So moved.
So moved by Commissioner Berg, seconded by Commissioner Moyer. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we're going to go till 11:15, and then we're going to do a hard stop. So, sorry about that. Mary Ellen, did you have comments? I'm sorry.
Wasn't the purpose of the pedestrian pathway along the water to have a view of the water?
I thought it was so it wouldn't interfere, you know, because of the danger of the ring.
That people would be walking along the water, they'd be walking along the
Yeah,
water
he did say that for the view.
for the view.
Because
So
otherwise
if
they
there
would put it on
isn't
the
one,
west side.
then, in my mind, the only way to make the barrier between the ring road and the pedestrian path look better is to make it wider.
Move the ring road further.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
That
I
would be
think
the
so. I
only-
mean, I think that would be the only way to make that separation look decent.
Well, so this is where we diverge from like giving you good feedback to just trying to design it for you. That's why it's 11:15.
It's 11:10.
Anyway, we appreciate what you're up against with respect to the resolution of that path along the ring road, and look forward to your good ideas on that as we go forward. I think I'm pretty sure we gave you pretty good feedback. I'm just gonna ask the petitioner, is there any other area of the plan that we didn't address that you need some further attention to or discussion on?
I had a little difficulty following your description of an alternative path alignment that you were proposing. Did it have any merit?
It didn't fly very well between my.
I think it was withdrawn.
You wanna see it? I drew it. I'll show it to you after the meeting. The
General lack of clarification, a lot of ideas.
Can you please use the microphone? Thanks.
We heard a lot of discussion, a lot of different ideas. I think we're lacking clarification as to what we're to do with that.
Yeah.
Are we keeping the road, not keeping the road? Are we keeping a trail? I mean, I guess each person has had a little bit different position on where the trail shouldn't be or shouldn't. And of course, where do we go with that?
Yeah.
Each one of you had a different location in mind. You had the diagonal, we had these other things. Each one of you is given a different and valid point. I guess we're looking at what's the consensus.
Yeah.
And I'm having trouble understanding what the consensus you've reached is.
Well, we have a hard time designing it on the fly, so it's easy for us to tell you what we agree with and what we have trouble understanding, or I should say, not understanding, but, approving, if you will. And so we've got this wonderful path that's on the south end of the park that comes out of the parking area. It's pretty much there today, and it just extends up to where the ring road, it intersects with the ring road. And it's great. It's a nice little path back there. It's actually not even paved. It's, what is it? That is paved now, I think, isn't it? And I can picture that as you've drawn it in its new location with a little more meandering curve, and I think that'd be a wonderful element that wouldn't be out of character with the park, or out of character with the O.C. Simons design either, right? So when we get to the north end, we have a split consensus with respect to whether a path belongs alongside the ring road or not. And we're having trouble resolving that, I think, ourselves. We have some advocates for safety, mostly, not for design, but for safety, I believe.
But also for
Both?
design.
Both, okay. And then we have other folks, myself included, who wonder if that's, disruptive to the historic character of the O.C. Simons design, because we're adding an element that's in your face. So at the very least, I would say for myself and for the folks who have the historic perspective first in mind, when you execute that path, you need to do it in a way that is, that's conscious of the fact that it's a new element and that it needs to be subtle. Would you guess? Not, as opposed to
Yes, and I think that's been shown in what's been proposed for materials and the way it's been
So Fred, you
accomplished.
would say that it is subtle, the way it's
Yes.
drawn, including the furniture and,
Didn't comment on it, furniture's later.
okay, so,
Yeah, I'm not.
and Jim, you would think that the way, so you like it the way it is?
Mhm.
I think you
Yes.
said you're more or less okay with it along the same lines as Fred. I didn't think I heard support there.
Yeah, I'm wavering.
Wavering?
To not supporting it, but,
Yeah. Yeah. Guy's really wavering, I think. So, I mean, look, we want to get behind it. I think that we recognize that there's an interesting design there and that it's, potentially could be really, really very nice. I think from the historic perspective, it's a little more difficult to get behind than other aspects of the plan, I think. At the same point, the safety issues are out there.
So I think what I heard is the new design of the ring road, or the slight changes that were made to the ring road, seem to be positively
Yeah,
reviewed.
I think so, and I think you could,
There's-
to the extent that you even, encouraged a little more curve at the entry point, I don't know if that really works or not, but that certainly wouldn't offend me.
The pathways, we seem to, there's some consensus of safety, but there are some of you that say the west is workable, some that say the west isn't workable, so there seems to be a little more work we need to do on the pathway. I think that's the area we didn't have consensus. The parking, there seems to be a feeling that there would be a feeling for some central core parking that wasn't parallel. Was that a consensus as well?
We better pose that one again. I think Guy certainly would like to see the parking at the top. Do anybody else have?
Yeah, I think it's, my feeling is it's probably really important for the elderly and the handicapped. If you know, the goal is to, you know, have this park utilized, that's my feeling.
And maybe you don't need 20 spaces anymore,
Yeah,
because, you
maybe,
know, I
yeah,
don't ever see
yeah.
that really used.
Could that be handled along the lines that they've done with a wide spot, but just encouraging that wide spot to be some handicap spaces and some 15-minute parking? Maybe it's 8 cars long, or do you feel like it should be turned in perpendicular or angled park?
I mean, the way it is right now seems to, unless you angle it a little bit. You don't want to see too much of the cars, like the guy had mentioned before, you know, your angle. And maybe you don't use the trees to screen it, you use some shrubs.
Given that you have 3 minutes, I would just caution you about trying to design it on the floor at 11:15 at night.
Yeah,
I
good idea.
think that we can
I
sit
think
down.
I've got kind of a
Okay,
feeling.
thanks, Ralph.
I
Appreciate
guess
it.
my last question would be is, there seems to be some real uncomfortability with the benching, and the water fountains and the bike racks.
Also, I don't know that we really talked about the pedestrian lighting.
I agree.
It falls
Yeah.
under
Is
that with me
is
as
that
well.
something that you could see us handling those issues by the next meeting, or is that something that we would come back, get approval for some of the elements, be able to start moving forward, and that would be something that we'd work on and come back at a later date along with signage?
I'm okay with that coming back to the extent that it's not integral to the design. You know what I'm saying? Is that clear? Kathy, you want to?
Yes, and all of those elements might not be handled the same way. There might be some pieces that are integral and that we can work through and bring back. I think the more we can bring back and get approval for and move forward, I think.
Okay.
I
Just
think
one
to
quick
the
question.
extent that they're structures, they should be part of the plan.
Was there any comments on the stone, the benching that was built into the bluff?
Well, I think those are structures, so I think if those are going to be part of the plan, they need to come
We
back
would need
with the
those
plan.
at part of the
Yeah.
for the next meeting. And the stone paving, that would be something that we would have to have with the next plan
I
as
believe
well.
so, yeah, I believe
Okay.
so, yeah.
I think that gave us some clarification. Thank you.
Did we give them good direction in the top drop-off zone, or do you want something more than what's there now?
Guy asked the question, please, go ahead.
Did we give you guys good enough direction on the drop-off area at the top of the stairs? I think, personally, I think that it's a good idea to embellish that somehow, not to overdo it, but it is a place people congregate, and right now
Right.
you do it in the parking area
Yeah.
more than anything. So I think that's a good idea to make a focal node point out of that area.
But I think
That's-
to the most is just the use of the stone there.
We're trying to match the stone that's at the southern tip of that ravine. There's an overlook area just south of the park across the road. So we're trying to work with the stone we're seeing out there. The drop-off, I think that we know it makes sense to have there. We're going to look at the dimension. We had it smaller. We were asked by city staff to enlarge it because of the congestion and activity that occurs there in the summer with people pulling over and dropping off. We had it at 16 feet, and that was deemed too narrow, so we moved it up to 24. It might feel better on the plan if the lines aren't straight and perpendicular, if they're more irregular. I think that's a way to make it
Now,
maybe more compatible.
The other thing that might happen is if you do incorporate some parking or some different parking up there, maybe the bicycle parking happens a little differently too, and it doesn't take up room at that top point, and you can make that a little bit of a less, of a focal point.
Maybe pull
I'm
that
not
on
sure.
inboard
Yeah.
side, yeah, okay.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm going to run through this quickly. I think that that's as much direction as we're going to provide you for this evening. I hope we've been helpful. I'm going to skip the opportunity for the public to address the commission on non-agenda items, but I am going to give Kathy a minute to tell us if she has any other additional information.
If I did, I've forgotten them.
That's good. That was our goal tonight, is to wear you out. I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Ransom, seconded by Commissioner Berg. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That passes. Thank you very much for your patience and your interest, everyone. Appreciate the presentation.